the world feels mapped. But the most unsettling places are the ones we can point to on a real map and still not explain. Trenches so deep, the ocean turns into a crushing void. And yet strange sounds rise from the darkness like something alive. Cities carved downward into stone, big enough to hide thousands, with no clear record of who began them or what they were hiding from. Temples with vaults sealed not by locks but by ritual. Doors no one dares to open because the warning is older than the wealth behind it. Waterfalls that swallow half a river and refuse to return it. Forests so vast they erase direction, where stories of disappearances and impossible animals cling to the canopy like mist. Caves sealed for ages, with air you can't breathe and life that shouldn't exist, yet does. And beneath ice, beneath earth, beneath everything familiar, hidden lakes, buried labyrinths, and silent chambers that make the world above feel like the surface of something much larger. These aren't myths. They're not legends meant to entertain. They are real places, measured, filmed, investigated, and still, they remain unanswered. So settle in, because where we're going, the boundary between science and the unknown starts to thin, and the further we travel, the more it feels like the planet is keeping secrets on purpose. Let's begin. There are places on Earth where the map stops feeling like a promise and starts feeling like a dare. Not because the lines are missing, but because the meaning of those lines breaks down. Mountains can be measured. Deserts can be crossed. Even the polar ice can be tracked and predicted, at least in theory. But there is one kind of terrain that resists the human instinct to name and master it. A terrain made not of rock and air, but of water so deep it behaves like another planet. Out in the western Pacific, east of the Philippines and south of Japan, the seafloor collapses into a wound so long and so narrow that early oceanographers could only describe it as a trench, as if the planet itself had been scored by a blade. The Mariana Trench. A chasm that descends past the reach of sunlight, past the reach of most machines, past the reach of the stories we tell ourselves about where life can and cannot exist. It is easy to say the Mariana Trench is deeper than Mount Everest is tall. That comparison is true, and it's popular because it sounds clean, like a fact you can hold in your palm. Just a quick note before we continue. The visuals in this video are subtle by design. These stories took time to uncover and even longer to tell right. So if you'd rather just listen, that's perfectly fine. Let it play in the background or settle in and let your mind drift. Either way, the mystery is waiting. Let's continue. But it doesn't capture the feeling of what that depth does to reality. Down there, the ocean is not water in any familiar sense. Under that pressure, water becomes heavier, denser, almost incomprehensibly forceful. Every square inch of a vessel's hull is pressed by tons of weight. A small flaw becomes a fatal one. A stray vibration becomes a warning. A tiny crack is not a crack, it's a countdown. The trench is part of the Hadal Zone, named after Hades, the underworld. It's a fitting name, not because it's fiery or mythic, but because it is a realm where the usual rules, light, warmth, surface weather, human intuition, stop applying. The temperature hovers near freezing. The darkness is complete. And yet, even there, the deep does not feel empty, because the trench is not silent. We tend to imagine the deep ocean as a void, a place where nothing moves and nothing speaks. But in the water, sound is not a minor detail. Sound is the language of distance. It travels farther and faster underwater than in air, sliding through layers of temperature and pressure like a message passed along invisible corridors. And in the Mariana region, the ocean's soundscape is complicated by geography. The trench's steep walls, the layered density of the water column, the constant micro-movements of tectonic plates grinding against each other at the boundary where Earth is actively being rewritten. Long before humans ever saw the bottom of the trench, they could hear evidence that something was happening down there. Hydrophones, underwater microphones, became our ears in a place our eyes could not reach. They were deployed for research, for navigation, for military listening, for seismic monitoring, and sometimes for reasons that were never quite explained to the public, simply to listen. When you listen long enough, you discover that the ocean is never truly quiet. There is the distant rumble of storms, transmitted through swells and pressure shifts. There is the crackle of ice and the fizz of tiny bubbles collapsing. There is the endless low murmur of shipping traffic, a human-made haze that now drifts even into remote basins. There are earthquakes too, subtle at first, then sharp and unmistakable, like someone striking a gong somewhere beyond sight. But in the Mariana Trench region, certain sounds emerged that didn't fit neatly into any familiar category. Sounds that were eerie not because they were supernatural, but because they were specific, patterned, almost expressive. And among them, one recording became famous for the simple reason that it sounded like nothing else. In 2014, researchers using a hydrophone array recorded a strange noise in the Western Pacific that began as a low, drawn-out groan and then tightened into something metallic. An elastic, twanging, almost vibrating strain that rose and fell like a massive cable being plucked in the dark. It didn't sound like a whale song, though it carried the same sense of scale. It didn't sound like ice, though it had that brittle tension. It didn't sound like an earthquake, though it seemed to have weight behind it. It sounded, uncomfortably, like an enormous living mechanism. They called it the Western Pacific biotwang, a nickname, but an honest one, because the sound felt biological and industrial at the same time, as if the ocean were producing a signature that belonged to two worlds, one that evolved and one that was built. If you picture the Mariana Trench as an abyssal canyon, the biotwang feels like an echo that shouldn't be able to exist. A noise that seems too deliberate for geology, too strange for known biology, and too far from the surface for anything we usually associate with human technology. The first instinct, naturally, was to look for the simplest answer: a known animal doing something in an unfamiliar way. The deep ocean is full of creatures that use sound. Whales, of course, especially baleen whales, can produce powerful low-frequency calls that travel across entire ocean basins. Their voices can bend around continents, refract through water layers, and arrive on distant hydrophones as ghostly, distorted remnants. Certain whales also produce tonal calls that can seem mechanical when filtered through distance and interference. If a whale's call is partially blocked by seafloor contours or stretched by temperature gradients, it can become something uncanny. But the biotwang's texture was peculiar. It had that elastic twang in the middle of the sound, a quality that made it feel like a tensioned structure snapping back into place. Some researchers suggested it could be a call from a bride's whale or another species whose vocalizations weren't as extensively catalogued as the more famous blue and humpback whales. Others proposed that the call could be a mix, a biological sound layered with environmental resonance, like a voice played through the body of a giant instrument. And then there was another possibility, quieter but more unsettling, that the sound wasn't the voice of the animal at all, but the sound of an animal interacting with something else. Because in the deep, even an ordinary action can become alien. A creature shifting its jaw, snapping a specialized appendage, vibrating tissue at pressure extremes. These could create acoustic effects that we don't hear in shallow water. The Hadal zone changes what materials do. It changes how bodies behave. It changes how sound carries. It changes, in other words, the soundtrack of life. But biology wasn't the only explanation that made sense. Geology in the Mariana region is always active. The trench exists because one tectonic plate is being forced beneath another, a slow, relentless process called subduction. This creates earthquakes, deep fractures, and the subtle groaning of rock under stress. It creates underwater landslides too, massive sediment collapses that can roar like thunder through the deep and then fade, leaving only the memory of vibration. If you've ever heard a ship's hull creak at sea, you've heard a tiny surface-level version of what stress can sound like. Now magnify that to the scale of a tectonic boundary. Imagine the trench walls, stacked with layers of sediment, adjusting by inches, releasing tension accumulated over years. Imagine an underwater slope failing, a river of mud moving silently through darkness, generating a low-frequency signature that rises, peaks, and twangs as the mass catches and releases. Some scientists suggested that the biotwang could be the acoustic fingerprint of a geological event, a landslide, a fracture, a shifting boundary, filtered through the complex shape of the seafloor and the layered density of the ocean above it. The trench, in this view, is not a dead scar, but a resonant body, capable of producing sounds that imitate life. And if the trench can sing in its own way, then perhaps the biotwang was not a mystery creature at all, but a reminder that the Earth itself is an instrument. But even that explanation left uncomfortable gaps. Geological sounds can be broad, rumbling, continuous. The biotwang felt more like a gesture than a rumble, like something performed, like a signal. And once you allow yourself to think in terms of signals, the imagination naturally drifts toward the other great shadow that hangs over deep ocean listening: human presence. Because the Mariana Trench is remote, but remoteness has never stopped militaries, corporations, or governments from becoming interested. Deep water is privacy. Deep water is concealment. Deep water is a place where you can hide hardware, or test sensors, or listen without being seen. The ocean is vast enough to swallow almost anything. This is where the speculative theories begin, the ones that live on the edge of documentary and folklore. Some people hear the biotwang and think of active sonar, of unknown devices pulsing in the deep, of experimental systems mapped onto the ocean like invisible tripwires. They imagine arrays anchored on slopes, autonomous platforms shifting slowly through black water, instruments built to communicate with other instruments. And then, inevitably, the idea expands into something more mythic. Unidentified submerged objects, USOs, craft seen as lights below the waves, stories of objects rising from the ocean and vanishing into the sky, reports that drift through naval lore like half-buried glass. There is no definitive evidence that the biotwang belongs to anything of that kind, but the trench is an irresistible canvas for speculation because it is one of the few places left where the unknown still feels physically present. Not metaphorically unknown, literally unknown, unvisited, unseen. Only a small number of human beings have ever descended to the deepest parts of the Mariana Trench. Each descent is a negotiation with engineering limits. Each one is an event, a rare crossing into a realm that doesn't want visitors. When Jacques Picard and Don Walsh descended in 1960 aboard the bathyscaphe Trieste, their journey took hours, falling through layers of ocean like passing through worlds stacked on top of each other. You are sealed into the Trieste's pressosphere, listening to the world change. At first, there is the bright logic of the surface. Voices, checklists, the last glitter of daylight through a hatch that soon becomes meaningless. Then you begin to drop, and the water outside darkens from blue to something heavier, as if color itself is being compressed. The gauges hold steady, but your body keeps waiting for a sound that shouldn't happen. The hull gives small, tired creaks, metal and structure acknowledging the weight building above you. Hours pass in a slow, deliberate descent. No window offers comfort, only thick glass and the sense of being wrapped in miles of water. And then, somewhere in the deep, a sharp, cracking report snaps through the sphere. It isn't dramatic, just sudden, clean, final sounding. For a breath, you are perfectly still. You don't know if it's the ocean shifting, the craft settling, or something failing. You keep going anyway, because turning back would not make the pressure less real. It would only make the unknown feel closer. The surface light faded into blue, then into ink. The water outside grew colder. The hull began to speak in creaks and strained metallic murmurs. At one point, they heard a sharp cracking sound, something that, in a place like that, could mean the end. They continued anyway. At the bottom, they found not a dramatic landscape, but an eerie plain, fine sediment, a pale desert in perpetual night. The deep does not always reward the human hunger for spectacle. Sometimes it offers something worse, a sense of indifference, a sense that the universe is not built for us. Later descents, including modern missions with advanced cameras and sampling equipment, revealed a world that is both fragile and astonishing. Amphipods, shrimp-like scavengers, appear in the deep like drifting pale insects. Sea cucumbers crawl over sediment like slow-moving translucent machines. Microbes form mats where chemistry replaces sunlight. Life in the trench survives on what falls from above. Marine snow, the constant drizzle of organic matter descending from distant surface waters. But there is a darker, more complicated truth. The trench also gathers what we drop. Plastics, chemicals, traces of human industry. The Hadal Zone, once imagined as untouched, has become an archive of our reach. Even here, in the most remote depth on Earth, the surface world leaves fingerprints. And that realization reframes the mystery. Because if the trench is an archive, then the biotwang is not just a strange sound. It is a question asked in a place that remembers everything but explains nothing. Consider what it takes to create a noise that can be recorded at distance in the deep ocean. The source must be powerful, or the medium must amplify it. It must occur in a corridor that carries sound. It must repeat, or be distinct enough to notice against the ocean's constant background. It must, in some sense, be a presence. So what kind of presence could it be? One theory that sits between biology and geology is that the biotwang is a biological call shaped by the trench's acoustics, an animal sound refracted, amplified, and transformed. In this theory, the metallic quality is not a clue to machinery, but a clue to distance and distortion. The ocean turns a living voice into something that sounds artificial, the way a canyon turns a shout into a chorus. Another theory suggests a rare ice-related phenomenon. Though ice seems far away from tropical latitudes, deep ocean thermal structures and distant events can send signals across basins. A calving iceberg can generate low-frequency sounds that travel astonishing distances. The deep ocean can carry the memory of a distant fracture, but the biotwang's character still feels too localized, too specific, too present. There is also the possibility of something we rarely admit, that the sound is common, but we only just noticed it. That the ocean has been making biotwang-like noises for centuries, and we lacked the ears to hear them. We like to think of discovery as finding something new, but often it is simply learning to listen. And yet, even with all these grounded explanations, a part of the mind resists closure. Because the Mariana Trench is not just deep, it is psychologically deep. It sits at the edge of human comprehension in a way that deserts and mountains do not. We can imagine cold, we can imagine darkness, but we struggle to imagine pressure so great it changes the behavior of matter itself. We struggle to imagine an ecosystem that runs on chemistry, not sunlight. We struggle to imagine that the largest habitat on Earth is the one we understand the least, which means every unexplained sound becomes more than a sound. It becomes a symbol. The biotwang is one of those symbols, a reminder that there are still voices in the world that do not have names. And perhaps the most unsettling part is not that the sound was mysterious, but that it was recorded at all, that we have instruments down there, ears pressed against the abyss, listening for movement, listening for life, listening for signals. And still, we can't confidently tell you what made that noise. Somewhere above the trench, the surface world continues in sunlight. Weather forms and breaks apart. Ships move across the Pacific like small dots. People live entire lives without ever thinking about the 7-mile drop beneath certain stretches of water. The ocean looks calm, a simple plain of blue. But beneath that calm, the trench remains. It grinds and shifts. It gathers what falls. It shelters organisms that have never seen day. It holds silence, and then, without warning, it produces a sound like a cable plucked in the dark, something between a groan and a twang, something that feels almost like a signature. And if you imagine the hydrophone hearing it, far away in cold water, if you imagine the recording playing back in a lab, the scientists leaning in, frowning, rewinding, listening again, then the Mariana Trench stops being a location and becomes a kind of doorway. Not a doorway you can walk through, but one you can hear through. A reminder that the deepest parts of Earth are not empty. They are simply beyond us. And the haunting question is not whether something lives down there that defies classification. It's whether we have already heard it, whether the ocean has already introduced it to us in the only language that can cross such distance, whether the trench has already spoken, and we just don't know how to understand what it said. Story 2. The Tombs Beneath Derinkuyu. Not all mysteries speak in sound. Some are built in silence, carved into stone, hidden behind ordinary doors, waiting beneath the feet of people who walk the surface without ever suspecting what's below. And if the Mariana Trench is a darkness we can't reach, there are other abysses we can enter. Places where the unknown is not miles beneath water, but meters beneath a village. In the heart of central Turkey, in the otherworldly landscape of Cappadocia, there is a town called Derinkuyu. From above, it looks ordinary. Low buildings, dusty streets, the daily rhythm of rural life. But beneath those streets, beneath the foundations and the fields, there is an underground world so vast it rewrites our sense of what ancient people could do. It begins, as these stories often do, with something mundane. A wall knocked through, a cellar widened, a crack that shouldn't be there, cold air rising like a warning. And when a light is lowered into the opening, the beam doesn't stop at a shallow cavity. It falls into depth. You are standing in a space that was never meant to be impressive. Just a dim cellar, stone close on all sides, the kind of place you enter with routine in your body. But the air changes the moment the wall gives way. A thin breath of cold slips past your face, not like a draft from outdoors, but like the exhale of something sealed for too long. You bring the light closer, and the beam catches rough tuff and a dark gap beyond it. You lean in, and the darkness doesn't reflect you back. It accepts the light and keeps going. One step, then another, and the sound of your movement tightens. Your footsteps swallowed, your own breathing suddenly too loud. The passage narrows and turns, forcing your shoulders in, forcing your eyes forward. The walls feel carved, intentional. When you angle the light down the first drop of stairs, the steps keep descending, past where a simple cellar should end, past where the mind expects a stop. The air is cooler now, steadier, as if the stone itself is alive with a hidden current. And in that moment, you understand the simplest, strangest fact. This is not a hole, it is an entrance. Derinkuyu is not a single cave. It is a vertical city, an engineered habitat carved into soft volcanic tuff, descending level after level. Corridors narrow like arteries. Stairs slope downward, forcing you to turn sideways. Rooms open unexpectedly. Storage chambers, stables, kitchens darkened by smoke. Spaces that feel less like a hiding place and more like an attempt to reproduce life underground. The scale is the first shock. This is not the shelter of one family. In its most ambitious descriptions, Derinkuyu could have sheltered thousands, perhaps far more, when you include the infrastructure that makes survival possible. Ventilation shafts run through the rock, drawing air down and lifting stale breath back up. Wells reach into groundwater. Niches for lamps dot the walls, and soot stains still cling to ceilings like faded weather. And then there are the doors, massive circular stones set into grooves like millstones. Rolled into place from within, they can seal passages and turn corridors into dead ends. It's an elegant kind of defense, not a wall built outward, but a city built inward, designed to vanish. Cappadocia's geology makes it feasible. Ancient volcanic eruptions laid down tough, soft enough to carve, stable enough to hold shape when carefully supported. Over centuries, erosion sculpted the region into spires and cones, fairy chimneys that look like a landscape from another planet. People here have lived in rock for a very long time, carving homes, churches, storage rooms, and tunnels. So underground spaces are not surprising. What is harder to explain is the organization, the sense that this is not one project, but an accumulation. Not one generation, but many. Not a shelter dug in desperation, but a system refined like architecture. Scholars have offered timelines that stretch across eras. Some connect early beginnings to ancient Anatolian peoples, such as the Phrygians, known for rock-cut work. Others point to later centuries, when Cappadocia became a refuge for Christian communities, and when Byzantine towns faced raids and warfare and needed places to disappear. In those centuries, underground sites weren't rare. Derinkuyu was part of a broader habit of hiding, worship, and survival in stone. But even when those explanations are accepted, they leave a residue. Because Derinkuyu feels older than any single crisis. Or, at the very least, it feels like it began as something else, something practical, expanded and repurposed as fear changed masks across time. One of the most unsettling features is how livable it is. Spaces for animals suggest that if people went down, they brought their livelihood with them. Communal areas hint at cooking and meeting. Some chambers feel like they weren't built for a night, but for weeks, long enough for the surface world to become unsafe, and then forget you were ever there. To imagine that kind of retreat is to imagine a different kind of time. Above ground, time is measured by sun and season. Underground, time becomes breath and flame. A day is how long the lamps last, how long the air stays sweet, how long stored grain holds off hunger. The city stops being a curiosity and becomes a test of endurance. Derinkuyu's deeper logic reveals itself in small details. Some passages are deliberately narrow, forcing a line of movement that can be controlled. Corners turn sharply, creating blind bends where a defender could wait with a lamp extinguished. Certain chambers sit like nodes, wide enough to gather a group, while others are clearly functional. Places for pressing oil, storing jars, grinding grain. In one of the larger halls, the ceiling rises higher than you expect, as if the builders knew that a community can't spend every hour crouched under stone without the mind beginning to press back. There are also spaces that feel almost spiritual in their intent. Carved rooms that resemble chapels or meeting halls, where voices would have echoed softly against the rock. Whether they were used for prayer, councils, or simply the comfort of gathering, they suggest that whoever lived here understood something. Modern survival manuals still repeat. People don't endure isolation on calories alone. They endure on meaning. And the ventilation, so often mentioned as a marvel, is more than a clever shaft. It is the city's heartbeat. The air down here is noticeably different. Cooler, drier, edged with mineral. In some places you can feel a faint moving current against your cheek, as if the rock is exhaling. That sensation turns the city from a dead ruin into something almost alive. You begin to imagine the builders testing drafts with a flame, adjusting openings, learning by the simple rule of breath. If the lamps burn clean, the people can stay. This is where the mystery becomes physical. Because ventilation is not just engineering, it is knowledge. The builders needed to understand that smoke rises, that air needs paths, that too many people in too tight a space turns refuge into suffocation. They needed to plan for waste, for water, for the dull necessities that don't make legends but decide whether legends survive. So when we ask who built Derinkuyu, we are also asking who had the patience to think about invisible things. The Christian refuge theory, for example, explains how such spaces might have been used and why secrecy mattered. Cappadocia's rock-cut churches and hidden monasteries are real. The region's history includes periods of pressure, conflict, and uncertainty. But Derinkuyu's deeper levels hint at an older tradition, because a persecuted community can adopt an underground city without inventing the idea of one. It can inherit a tool and make it sacred. In that light, the lack of records begins to feel less like an accident and more like a feature of underground life. If your survival depends on silence, you don't write down the map. You don't carve your name above the door. You teach your children the turns by memory, and you close the entrance behind you until the surface forgets. And yet, memory is fragile. Empires come and go. Languages change. A tunnel collapses. An entrance is sealed. A community relocates. A city meant to be used only when needed might go unused for a generation, and then become a rumor. A safety plan becomes a story. A story becomes a curiosity. And in time, the place remains, while the reason evaporates. That is the shape of Derinkuyu's haunting. It is a triumph of human adaptation that arrives to us as an incomplete sentence. We can measure its depth. We can study its rock. We can reconstruct likely uses of its chambers. But the original urgency, the first moment someone decided that the world above could not be trusted, still hides behind the stone. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the deepest purpose of Derinkuyu was never meant to be spoken aloud, because speaking it would invite it back. Maybe, for the people who carved these levels, naming the fear was a kind of mistake. So they built instead. They built a place where fear could be endured without being described. And in the absence of a clear written record, the theories multiply. The mainstream view is patient and incremental. Small chambers, cellars, storage rooms, expanded during insecurity, linked together, deepened over generations. Each crisis adds a corridor, a defensive turn, a new level. A practical place becomes a complex one, not because a single mastermind designed it, but because many people kept returning to the same answer and improving it. It fits how cities above ground grow. Yet the heavy rolling doors, the defensive choke points, the controlled passages, these hint at a specific fear. Not weather, but people. Raiders, armies, slavers, sudden violence that could erase a village in a day. In that world, invisibility is power. If a community could retreat into the rock, close the stone doors, and leave no sign of life above, it could survive a terror that would otherwise end it. But a contradiction remains. If your defense is secrecy, why build so large? Why create a city rather than many small refugees scattered across the landscape? A single vast complex is efficient, yes, but it is also a trap if discovered. Block the wrong shaft, poison the wrong well, and an underground refuge becomes a buried grave. Unless discovery was unlikely. Unless the builders trusted the oldest defense of all, that the enemy would never imagine the world could have a second layer. There are persistent reports of tunnels leading beyond Derinkuyu, linking to other underground settlements. Many are collapsed or sealed today, and the idea matters. A network changes everything. A single refuge is a bunker. A network is a shadow geography, a way to move beneath the surface when the surface becomes hostile. And then comes a quieter possibility: inheritance. Imagine a community finding old chambers in the rock, older than their grandparents' stories. Imagine them deepening those chambers in their own crisis, not fully understanding the original blueprint, but trusting the fact that someone before them survived using it. Each generation adds to the labyrinth, and the reasons blur. The city becomes a tradition of fear, kept alive not by one event, but by the memory that the world above can change without warning. This might explain why Derinkuyu feels timeless, but it still leaves the strangest question. Not how it was built, why it fell silent. Because if an underground city is made for fear, fear rarely disappears forever. It changes shape, it migrates, it returns. Yet Derinkuyu becomes empty. Its rooms hold no smoke. Its doors no longer roll shut. The ventilation still breathes, but for no one. Abandonment has ordinary explanations. Threats ended, tunnels collapsed, populations shifted, maintenance became impossible. All plausible, and none feel final, because the city itself feels like it is waiting, like a life raft left ready in the dark. Even now, when you descend the accessible levels and stare into a passage blocked by rubble and blackness, you feel a familiar sensation, the one the trench gave us in sound, a boundary. Above, the ocean spoke in pressure and distance, a metallic twang that might be life, geology, or something else entirely. Here, the rock speaks in architecture, doorways, shafts, chambers, an engineered silence that implies a story without telling it. If Derinkuyu was a refuge, what was the original emergency? If it was a network, how far did it reach? And if it was expanded across ages, whose hands made the first cut? And what did they believe was coming? The surface keeps its records in ink and monument, but beneath Derinkuyu, the record is kept in absence, and in the stubborn fact that someone, long ago, chose to build a second world under the first. And just like the trench, it leaves us with the same unsettling possibility, that the Earth has already tried to tell us something, and we are still learning how to listen. Story 3. The frozen labyrinth of Mount Erebus. If that is true, then the next question becomes harder, because not all hidden worlds are carved by hands in quiet, volcanic stone. Some are made in real time, built and rebuilt by heat, pressure, and weather, in places where maps feel like suggestions and the horizon can erase itself in minutes. There is a kind of architecture the planet makes on its own, not for shelter, not for cities, but for chemistry, for strange life, for messages written in steam. Far from Cappadocia's underground corridors, beyond any road that leads somewhere on purpose, there is a mountain rising out of Antarctica like a blacktooth. A volcano that shouldn't feel so alive in a continent defined by stillness. A place where the cold is not merely weather, but an entire philosophy. Mount Erebus. From a distance, Erebus looks like a contradiction wearing snow. Its slopes are pale and wind-scoured, the kind of white that doesn't sparkle, but dulls, like bone beneath a thin skin of ice. And then, near the summit, that whiteness gives way to exposed volcanic rock, dark ribs in the glacier's body, as if the mountain has been trying to claw itself free for centuries. Erebus stands on Ross Island, not far from the scattered human outposts that cling to the Antarctic edge like pins holding down a map. To reach it is to enter a world where nearby is measured in aircraft hours and weather windows, and where the simplest movement, walking, driving, flying, depends on the sky's permission. The strange part is that Erebus is not asleep. It's one of the very few volcanoes on Earth with a persistent lava lake, an open mouth of molten rock that can be seen sometimes when the clouds part. In a place built of ice, there is a pool of fire that refuses to cool. The mountain breathes, and when a volcano breathes in Antarctica, it does something uncanny. Its heat meets a continent of frozen water, and where the two touch, the world hollows out. Beneath the snowfields and the brittle wind-carved crust near Erebus's upper flanks, there are caves. Ice caves formed not by slow melting in spring sunlight, but by geothermal breath. Fumaroles and steam vents open in the ice like pores, releasing warm, mineral-laced air. Over time, that heat carves chambers and tunnels inside the glacier itself, turning solid ice into a hidden labyrinth. Imagine stepping through a small opening in the snow and finding, not darkness, but a dim cathedral of ice. The walls are translucent. The ceiling arches overhead in slow curves, as if the glacier learned architecture from waves. The light is filtered and ghostly, blue, green, sometimes milky white, depending on the thickness of the ice and the angle of the sun outside. You crouch at the mouth of the opening and feel the air change before you fully enter. Damp, mineral, faintly metallic. Your gloves brush ice that doesn't bite the way it should. You step in, and the sound of the wind falls away behind you, as if someone shut a door on the whole continent. Inside, your headlamp catches a soft, internal glow. Blue-white walls curving up into a ceiling that looks poured rather than carved. Condensation beads on the surface, then crystals over, then melts again in the same place, as if the cave can't decide what state to live in. You breathe, and your breath doesn't explode into frost the way it does outside. It hangs heavier, warmer, and you realize the cave is breathing back. Somewhere deeper, a steady hiss persists, not loud, not urgent, just constant. Steam finding its way through hidden pores. For a moment, you understand why maps fail here. The mountain isn't a single surface. It's a layered interior, and you are standing in one of its secret rooms. And then you feel it. Warmth. Not the warmth of a heated building, not comfort. A living warmth, damp and metallic, like exhalation. In some of these caves, temperatures can hover around freezing or even climb above it, despite the lethal cold outside. The air tastes faintly of sulfur and minerals. Frost forms and reforms in strange textures, feathers, needles, crystalline curtains, because the cave is a place where heat and cold are constantly negotiating. Everything is transitional. Everything is halfway between states. This is the frozen labyrinth of Mount Erebus, a place made by two opposing absolutes, ice and fire, agreeing, briefly, to coexist. In this in-between world, scientists found something that made the mountain feel less like a landscape and more like a question: life. Not the hardy lichens and microbial films we expect to find in extreme places. Those stubborn pioneers that cling to rock and endure. But microbial communities that seemed oddly particular to these caves, shaped by chemical gradients and isolated conditions. In some pockets, the cave air and ice contain traces of gases and minerals rising from the volcano's interior. Carbon dioxide, hydrogen, sulfur compounds. Ingredients that can feed organisms which don't rely on sunlight the way surface life does. In the language of biology, they are extremophiles. In the language of story, they are a reminder that life doesn't always need permission from the sun. It's an idea that reaches beyond Erebus, because if microbial ecosystems can persist in these warm ice chambers powered by volcanic chemistry, then Antarctica stops being merely a desert of frozen water. It becomes an analogue, an echo of other worlds. Places like Mars, with its buried ice and ancient volcanism, or Europa, with its frozen shell and hidden ocean warmed by tidal heat. Erebus becomes a rehearsal stage for astrobiology, a place where we practice finding life in the places we least expect it. And that alone would be enough to make Mount Erebus a scientific pilgrimage. But Erebus isn't only strange because it shelters heat and microbes inside ice. It's strange because it refuses to be held steady. High latitudes distort more than the imagination. They distort navigation. Near the poles, lines of longitude converge, compasses lose their certainty, and the invisible geometry we depend on begins to behave differently. The sky can be both clear and disorienting because the light is wrong, flat, directionless, stripping shadows from the world until distance becomes impossible to judge. In whiteout conditions, snow and sky merge into a single blank surface. The horizon vanishes. Depth becomes an illusion. This is the kind of place where you can be walking forward and feel, with complete sincerity, that you are standing still, where you can look down and not understand whether you're facing ground or air, where a gentle slope hides a crevasse like a seam in fabric until it tears. Even the instruments struggle. GPS, so reliable elsewhere, can become less trustworthy near the polar extremes, where satellite geometry is less forgiving and ionospheric conditions can interfere with signal accuracy. Solar storms ripple through the ionosphere. Radio propagation shifts. Communications fade in and out like a voice in a long hallway. On Erebus, this instability is more than inconvenience. It becomes atmosphere, a sense that the mountain is not simply difficult, it is actively uncooperative. And there is a darker history here too, one that anchors the mystery in something blunt and human. In 1979, an Air New Zealand sightseeing flight collided with the slopes of Mount Erebus, a disaster that turned a white mountainside into a sudden grave. The passengers were not explorers in the classic sense. They were tourists, drawn by the unimaginable idea of seeing Antarctica from above. And yet the mountain took them all the same. It's important to mention this not because the tragedy is a mystery in the supernatural sense, but because it reveals what Erebus does to certainty. Even with instruments, even with planning, even with a modern aircraft, Antarctica can blur the line between confidence and catastrophe. The continent is not impressed by intention. After the crash, the mountain became, in the public mind, a symbol, an emblem of how quickly the far south can turn fatal. Erebus wasn't just a volcano anymore. It was a name you spoke carefully. And still, scientists kept going back, because the caves remained, the lava lake remained, the microbes remained, and every expedition carried a quiet understanding that the mountain's most profound feature might not be what it shows you, but what it can hide from you. People disappear in Antarctica more easily than the modern mind wants to accept, not in dramatic scenes. Sometimes it's a simple sequence of events. A shift in weather, a missed marker, a whiteout, a delayed return. A person becomes a smaller and smaller object in a field of white until, finally, they are just a gap. On Erebus, the risks multiply. The terrain changes fast. Steam vents can undermine snow bridges. Heat can hollow out cavities beneath a crust that looks solid. The same geothermal breath that creates the ice caves can also weaken the ground above them, turning a harmless-looking surface into a fragile roof. And then there's the psychological geography of the place. How the mountain makes you feel watched by emptiness. How, in the thin air and constant cold, your mind becomes preoccupied with simple survival tasks, leaving less room for the subtle awareness that keeps you safe. In the cave systems, that awareness is even harder to maintain, because inside the ice, sound behaves strangely. Footsteps become muted, voices dampen, the cave absorbs you. There are accounts from researchers who describe the ice caves as beautiful in a way that feels almost wrong, like finding a warm room inside a glacier is a breach of the rules. The walls shimmer, condensation beads and freezes. Sometimes the air carries a faint, persistent hiss from venting steam, like the mountain whispering through clenched teeth. And it's here that the frozen labyrinth earns its name. Because labyrinths are not merely mazes. A labyrinth implies passage, ritual, a path inward that changes you. What would it mean for a volcano to have a labyrinth? Not just a network of tunnels, but a hidden interior where heat and biology persist. A secret ecosystem sealed under ice. Some scientists see Erebus as a natural laboratory, a controlled environment created by the planet itself. The caves, in this view, are test tubes, places where chemistry can be measured, where microbial genomes can be sampled, where atmospheric gases can be tracked and compared season to season. But there is another way to look at it, as a kind of archive. Derinkuyu was an underground city that suggests humans once chose to live beneath the surface. Its corridors were built to protect, to hide, to endure. The mountain caves of Erebus are not built by humans, but they also represent an underground choice, one made by geology. A subterranean space created not for people, but for processes that cannot survive on the surface. In Derinkuyu, the absence of records haunted us. On Erebus, the record is present, but written in a language we barely understand. The microbes found there raise questions that are not easy to resolve. How isolated are these cave communities? Are they relics of older climatic eras, preserved and reshaped by volcanic heat? Are they continually seeded from elsewhere, carried in by wind-borne particles and human visitors? Or are they truly endemic, life that evolved in a sealed polar furnace? In some studies of extreme environments, scientists find genetic signatures that don't match known relatives neatly, not because the life is alien, but because our databases are incomplete. Antarctica is undersampled. The deep subsurface is undersampled. The microbial world is vast, and our map of it is still primitive. So the most unsettling possibilities remain technically ordinary. Life that is simply unknown to us. And yet, unknown life changes the way a place feels. If you walk into a warm ice cave on Erebus, you are not merely stepping into a geological feature. You are entering an ecosystem that might have been evolving quietly in isolation while civilizations rose and collapsed elsewhere. You are breathing air that has touched volcanic rock, that has circulated through cavities in ice. Even the idea of contamination becomes eerie here, because humans don't visit these caves as neutral observers. We bring bacteria on our breath, on our skin, in our clothing fibers. We bring heat from our bodies, moisture, carbon dioxide. We alter the environment simply by being present. So a question emerges that scientists have to treat seriously, even when it sounds philosophical. When we discover life in a place like Erebus, how much of what we find is native? And how much is the shadow of us? This uncertainty becomes part of the mystery. Not mystical, but deeply unsettling. The thought that our presence might rewrite the very archive we came to read. And then there are the stories that live at the edges of the official record, the ones exchanged between people who work in these places long enough to develop their own folklore. The way electronics sometimes behave oddly in extreme cold. The way batteries die without warning. The way radios can go quiet, then come back with a burst of static that sounds almost like a voice trying to form itself. The way a GPS unit can insist you are somewhere you are not, because the sky is interfering, or because the satellites are low on the horizon, or because the ionosphere is restless. Most of these have explanations. Cold reduces battery performance. Ice crystals can clog equipment. Reflections and multipath signals can distort positions. The polar environment is hard on every tool we rely on. And yet the pattern is what unnerves people. The sense that the mountain creates conditions where your instruments become unreliable at the exact moment you need them most. Erebus doesn't have to move to be dangerous. It only has to make you doubt your own sense of direction. There is, too, the volcano's voice. Erebus is known for a kind of persistent, low-frequency seismic tremor, and for occasional explosive events, burps of gas and molten material that remind you the lava lake is not a quiet feature. Even when you can't see it, the crater is an active mouth. In the caves, you don't hear eruptions the way you expect. Sound travels through ice differently. Vibrations can become distant rumbles, felt more than heard. Sometimes, a tremor passes through the cave walls like a slow shiver. It's subtle, easy to dismiss. But imagine being deep inside a tunnel, carved by steam, surrounded by a roof of ancient ice, and feeling the entire place tremble once, softly, like a living animal adjusting its weight. At that moment, the boundary between mountain and organism begins to blur in the mind. And that is perhaps the deepest part of the Erebus mystery. Not that scientists vanish in storms, or that GPS fails, or that microbes exist in warm pockets under ice. Those are all, in some sense, explainable. The mystery is what the mountain forces you to confront. That the planet is not only surface, that the surface is not even the main event. Under Derinkuyu, humans once created a second world. On Erebus, the Earth creates its own, without us and largely indifferent to us. The ice caves are temporary in geological terms. A vent can shift, a tunnel can collapse, a passage can refreeze. The labyrinth rearranges itself. If you mapped it 1 year, it might not match the next. The mountain edits its own interior, which means every expedition is a visit to something that may never exist in exactly the same form again. A warm cavern under ice is not a stable room. It's a moment, and moments can swallow people. Not always by taking them physically, though the continent has done that. Sometimes it swallows them by taking their confidence, by reminding them gently but firmly that they are guests in a system that does not need them. In the end, Mount Erebus stands as a paradox with a pulse, a volcano in a continent of ice, a labyrinth that exists because heat refuses to behave, a natural laboratory where life may be older, stranger, and more self-contained than we like to imagine. And when the weather closes in, when the sky becomes a blank wall and the wind begins to sand the world smooth, Erebus returns to what it has always been, a dark shape in endless white, keeping its warm tunnels hidden beneath a crust that looks, deceptively, like certainty. Somewhere inside that ice, steam continues to rise. Microbes continue to eat and divide and persist. And the mountain continues to breathe into its own secret rooms, quietly rewriting the map, sealing passages, opening others, as if it is building a second world under the first, and deciding, year by year, who is allowed to find it, and who, if they step too far in the wrong direction, becomes part of the labyrinth's record, not as a name, but as a missing space in the white. Story 4. The Sealed Door of Padmanabhaswamy Temple. Not all sealed places are made of ice. Some are made of stone and ritual, of corridors worn smooth by bare feet, of lamps that burn with the steadiness of practiced devotion, of words spoken so many times they feel embedded in the air itself. If Mount Erebus is a labyrinth that changes its shape, then in southern India there is a labyrinth that refuses to change at all. An architecture of certainty guarding a single uncertainty. In the coastal state of Kerala, in the city of Thiruvananthapuram, stands the Padmanabhaswamy Temple. From the outside, it can look like a masterpiece of quiet order. Layered walls, carved pillars, a towering gopuram rising like a painted mountain above the streets. But temples are not only buildings, they are time machines. They store not just stories, but habits. They turn centuries into routines: bells, incense, procession, the slow turning of a key. And behind one particular door, a question has been waiting longer than modern India itself. For generations, the temple's wealth was spoken about the way coastal people speak about storms, not as a rumor, but as a fact you respect from a distance. Kings of Travancore, the princely state that once ruled this region, treated the deity here, Lord Padmanabha, as the true sovereign. They ruled as servants. Offerings flowed in, not only from royalty, but from merchants, pilgrims, and patrons who believed that giving to the god was a way of giving to the future. The treasury rooms beneath the temple became a kind of subterranean biography of Kerala. Gold coins from far empires, jeweled ornaments fashioned for ritual display, ceremonial weapons, gem-studded crowns, strings of diamonds that seemed less like jewelry than condensed starlight. The more extraordinary the world became above ground, colonial transitions, independence, modern bureaucracy, the more the stories of what lay below sounded like the echo of an older order, preserved in darkness. Then, in 2011, the old whispers collided with the modern state. A legal dispute over temple administration drew the attention of India's Supreme Court, and with that attention came audits, committees, and the sober language of inventory. Vaults were to be opened, items catalogued, security assessed. In a country where temples can function as both sacred sites and public institutions, the question was not merely what lay inside, but who had the right to look. When the vaults were opened, the world learned that the legends had been understating the truth. You are down there now, not in the sunlight of the courtyard, but in the cooler air beneath it. Stone close on every side, the ceiling low enough to make you conscious of your breath. The corridor feels older than paperwork. Someone's lamp throws a steady amber pool across ironwork and carved surfaces, and the shadows behave like something alive, stretching, retreating, refusing to sit still. You can hear the soft clink of keys, the controlled murmur of people trying not to speak too loudly in a place that has listened for centuries. When the door finally gives, it does not swing wide like a dramatic reveal. It yields with reluctance, as if it remembers every hand that never reached for it. And for a moment, you do not see wealth as a number. You see shapes, metal catching light, piles and coils, and dense gleams that make the room feel smaller, heavier. The air seems to thicken with the weight of what has been kept. Your mind reaches for categories: coin, ornament, offering. But the sight resists neat naming. It simply sits there, undeniable, and somehow still unreal. Behind thick doors and iron grills were heaps of gold and silver, sacks of coins, ornate idols, precious stones, antique necklaces, and ritual objects whose craftsmanship belonged to another age. The images that emerged, carefully controlled, partially disclosed, were enough to ignite headlines everywhere. People began to speak of immeasurable wealth, of one of the richest temples on earth, of treasure so vast it seemed impossible to have remained hidden in plain sight. But amid the accounting and astonishment, one vault remained different. Not because it was larger, not because it was emptier, but because it did not open. It was called Vault B. In the temple's understructure, there are multiple chambers, often referred to in reports by letters. Most had doors with modern locks or mechanisms that could be addressed, however respectfully, with keys and procedure. Vault B, however, carried an older posture. Its entrance was said to be sealed not merely with metal, but with custom, an expectation that the door was not meant to be touched, and in places where ritual is a technology, not meant to be touched, is not a suggestion. It is an engineering specification for the soul. Descriptions of Vault B tend to circle around the same unsettling details. A door decorated with a figure, sometimes described as a serpent motif, without the usual physical lock. Instead, traditions speak of a Naga Bandham, a serpent seal. In South Indian mythology, Nagas are not simple animals. They are guardians. They live in thresholds, between earth and underworld, between water and stone. They are invoked in groves and shrines, placated with offerings, associated with fertility and danger and ancestry. To say a door is guarded by serpent deities is to say it is guarded by a kind of consequence. One explanation offered by believers is that the vault can only be opened by a particular ritual, a specific chant performed correctly by someone authorized in the proper state of preparation. The phrase sometimes used is Garuda Mantra, an invocation of Garuda, the eagle mount of Vishnu, who is traditionally the enemy and antidote to snakes. The logic is mythic but coherent. If the seal is Naga, the key must be Garuda. From the outside, this can sound like symbolism. From the inside a culture where sound is believed to shape reality, it can sound like a literal instruction. And yet, even among those who take the spiritual framing seriously, there is a nervous respect around the idea of testing it. Stories attach themselves to Vault B like vines. That opening it would bring calamity to the region, that it would unleash floods, that it would awaken something that was bound there for a reason. That misfortune, illness, death, unrest would follow anyone who tried. Some versions of the tale are vivid. A past attempt that ended abruptly with snakes appearing, or with a sudden, unnatural force that made men retreat. Other versions are quieter, more plausible, that the door is old, the mechanisms unusual, and that the community's memory has wrapped practical caution in sacred language. Because there is another kind of seal that looks a lot like a curse, a seal of governance. Vault B became a fault line between institutions. Courts and committees, tasked with transparency and security, faced priests and traditionalists, tasked with maintaining continuity and sanctity. Even among officials, there was hesitation. The idea of forcing open a temple vault under national attention is not only a physical act, it is a statement about whose world is real. And there was also the simplest fear. What if it opens, and what is inside changes everything? Not just in value, but in meaning. Treasure invites questions: provenance, ownership, theft, protection. Once revealed, it must be defended not by mantras, but by cameras, guards, and policies. To open a vault is to move it from the realm of the sacred into the realm of the disputable. So Vault B remained closed, not fully explained, not fully inventoried. A door in a basement that became, oddly, one of the loudest silences in modern India. In the dim, cool corridors beneath the temple, you can imagine the texture of that silence. The air heavier than the air above, carrying the faint mineral smell of ancient stone. The sense that every footstep is an intrusion and every pause is listened to. Above, priests perform daily rituals with practiced precision, feeding a tradition like a steady flame. Below, one chamber refuses to be counted. And what does it mean, psychologically, culturally, to have one room that cannot be checked? It creates an asymmetry, a place where the mind can still wander. One theory, offered without mysticism, is that Vault B is simply structurally risky, that it may connect to subterranean water channels, or that its opening could destabilize parts of the complex. Thiruvananthapuram is a coastal city. Groundwater is a constant presence. Old temple architecture sometimes integrates wells, drains, and hidden passages. If a chamber has been sealed for centuries, pressure differentials, humidity, and decay can turn an opening into a collapse. Another theory is strategic secrecy. The wealth already revealed was staggering, but history is full of treasuries divided into public and emergency. In times of invasion, rulers hid their most sensitive assets deepest, behind the most socially protected barriers. A ritual taboo is a better lock than iron because it recruits the entire community as guards. If you convince a city that a door must never be opened, you don't need a key, because no one dares to make one. And yet, the persistence of the Naga stories suggests something more than practicality. It suggests that the people closest to the temple feel a presence in the idea of the vault. Not necessarily a monster. A presence can be a promise, a vow, a boundary placed in time. In the Vaishnavite tradition that surrounds Padmanabhaswamy, the deity is not simply an idol. The deity is a living point of contact. Offerings are not donations, they are relationships. To open every chamber, to count everything, can feel like auditing a friendship. And so the sealed vault becomes a philosophical problem. Where does curiosity end and reverence begin? Modernity trains us to treat mysteries as temporary failures. If a door exists, it can be opened. If a room exists, it can be measured. But older spiritual systems sometimes treat mystery as an ingredient, something you preserve because it changes the quality of the whole. The unknown is not a gap to be filled. It is a weight to be carried. Vault B is that weight. Even the word cursed may be too crude. A curse implies malice. Many of these stories feel more like warnings built from centuries of pattern recognition. People have watched what happens when sacred boundaries are broken: conflict, loss of trust, the unraveling of community. They have watched how quickly wealth can become a weapon. Perhaps the calamity feared is not supernatural at all. Perhaps it is social. But then you remember the serpent imagery again, the Nagas, the underworld guardians, and the mind returns to older, darker possibilities. What if the vault was not meant to protect treasure from people, but people from what the treasure represents? In South Asian myth, serpents often guard not gold, but knowledge. They sit coiled around entrances to subterranean realms where cosmic forces are stored. A serpent seal, in that reading, is a sign that what lies beyond is powerful in a way that does not translate cleanly into currency. Some fringe narratives take this further. They imagine that Vault B is less a treasury than a containment, that it holds objects taken from elsewhere, relics from collapsed kingdoms, spoils from coastal trade with distant lands, artifacts whose true value is not their material, but their symbolism. That somewhere in the dark is an item that does not belong in a museum because it was never meant to be seen. These ideas are easy to dismiss until you remember how often history hides in plain sight. How many times a ritual object has carried an inscription no one translated for a century? How many times an ornament has turned out to be a map, a treaty, a confession? In a vault that has never been catalogued, the range of possibilities remains absurdly wide. And that is precisely why it frightens people. Because the moment you open it, the story collapses into specifics. The serpent becomes metalwork. The mantra becomes folklore. The unknown becomes an inventory list. And perhaps something essential dies in that conversion. There is a final, quieter detail that makes Vault B feel less like a conspiracy and more like a living nerve. Those who argue against opening it often do not speak like people protecting property. They speak like people protecting a rhythm. They speak of tradition as if it is a fragile instrument. One wrong note, and the whole song breaks. In that framing, Vault B is not a locked room at all. It is a promise that not everything will be turned into a spectacle. And yet, the modern world does not like promises it cannot verify. Outside the temple walls, the city moves, traffic, markets, and news cycles hungry for the next revelation. Somewhere in that noise is the persistent human urge to know, to see, to confirm. The same urge that sends scientists into the ice caves of Erebus, mapping passages that may collapse behind them. So the question lingers: how long can a door remain closed once the world has learned it exists? If Vault B is opened one day, it will not be the sound of hinges that matters most. It will be the sound in the minds of the people watching, the click of a boundary moving, a shift from faith to proof, from protection to exposure. Until then, the door stays in the basement, patient. A sealed threshold guarded by serpent stories and legal hesitations, by reverence and fear, by the unsettling possibility that some mysteries are not unsolved because we lack the tools, but because we cannot agree on what we are allowed to do with an answer. And deep under the temple, where stone holds its temperature and time seems to slow, Vault B waits like a closed eyelid, not empty, not explained, just waiting. For the day someone decides the oldest lock is not the metal on the door, but the belief that opening it will change what the world is. Story 5. The Lost Labyrinth of Hawara. Perhaps that is the strange thread connecting so many of the world's most stubborn mysteries. Not the danger of what's inside, but the quiet argument over whether we deserve to look. Because there are places on Earth where the past does not merely sit beneath our feet. It resists. It sinks, it seals, it blurs itself into mud and groundwater and collapsed stone, until history becomes less like a story and more like a rumor, a shape you can almost trace, a memory you can almost prove. And in Egypt, where the desert has preserved names for 5,000 years, and where monuments still throw shadows that seem too long for a human lifetime, there is a location described with such certainty and yet hidden with such completeness that it feels like a paradox made of limestone. It's the lost labyrinth of Hawara, a structure that, according to ancient writers, surpassed the pyramids in wonder. A place said to contain thousands of rooms, a city of corridors under a roof, a stone intelligence, organized, deliberate, and vast, built not to impress a single generation, but to outlast them all. And if even a fraction of it ever existed as described, then the real mystery isn't why it disappeared. It's how something that large could be buried and left there. Hawara sits on the edge of the Fayum, a region southwest of Cairo, where the Nile's generosity becomes something like an inland mirage. The desert here isn't the clean emptiness of postcards. It's complicated. Salt, wind, low hills, fields, canals, villages. Water moves through it in human-made lines, and the horizon can look calm even when the ground is saturated beneath the crust. The name Hawara doesn't ring like Giza or Luxor. It doesn't flash in the imagination the way a pyramid does. It feels quieter, like a place you might pass on the way to somewhere important. And that is part of what makes the story so unsettling. Because at Hawara stands the pyramid of Amenemhat III, a king of Egypt's Middle Kingdom, an era that doesn't always get the cinematic attention of the Old Kingdom giants. His pyramid is not as tall as Khufu's. Its casing has been stripped by time. Its core is mud brick and stone, slumped and weathered. From a distance, it can look like a low, eroded hill that happens to have edges. But the pyramid was only the anchor. The true marvel, the one that made visitors struggle for words, was the structure beside it, the labyrinth. When the Greek historian Herodotus traveled through Egypt in the 5th century BCE, he wrote of many wonders. He was not easily impressed by architecture. He saw temples, statues, tombs, the great river and its rituals. But when he came to the labyrinth, his tone changed. He described it as a building that exceeded even the pyramids. Not a temple in the simple sense, not merely a palace, something larger, more complex, an enormous compound of courts and halls with a bewildering arrangement of chambers. He spoke of rooms that seemed to multiply, of passages that turned and doubled back, of spaces above ground and spaces below, like a designed confusion, like a structure built to make you feel small inside your own curiosity. Later writers echoed the story. The geographer Strabo, writing centuries after Herodotus, described the labyrinth as well, associating it with the region and the tombs of kings. Pliny the Elder catalogued labyrinths across the ancient world and included Egypt's as one of the most renowned. Across the centuries, the labyrinth remained a kind of architectural myth that never quite faded, because too many respected voices treated it as real. And yet when modern eyes looked for it, there was almost nothing. Just the eroded pyramid, the flat plain, the hush of sand and cultivated land. The suspicion that whatever had been there had been dismantled for stone long ago, fed into later buildings, ground down into anonymous blocks. But the descriptions were so specific that they left a question standing, like a doorway in the mind. What exactly did they see? Herodotus's most tantalizing detail is the scale. A labyrinth said to have had 3,000 rooms, 1,500 above ground, 1,500 below. Even if the numbers were exaggerated, the intention behind them is clear. This was not a small annex. It was a world of rooms. In a civilization that understood the power of controlled access, of doors, seals, guarded passages, such a design suggests purpose. Because you don't build confusion accidentally. You don't create a forest of corridors just to show that you can. So what was the labyrinth for? One answer is administrative. Amenemhat III ruled during a time when Egypt's government was highly organized. The Middle Kingdom is often remembered for its bureaucracy, its careful management of resources, its projects of irrigation and control. The Fayum region itself was a landscape shaped by human intention. Water-directed, land reclaimed, fields made reliable. In that context, a massive complex of rooms could have served as an archive center, a hub for taxes, grain storage, records, and the endless paperwork of an empire. But that explanation feels too modern in the wrong way, because the ancient writers didn't describe it like a warehouse. They described it like a marvel, a place you could get lost inside, a place that felt alive with structure. Another answer is religious. Some scholars have associated the labyrinth with a mortuary temple, part of the funerary complex that accompanied a pyramid, where priests conducted rituals, where offerings were made, where the king's cult continued after death. These temples could be enormous, filled with chapels and storage chambers and halls. They were not merely spiritual, they were logistical. They required goods, staff, schedules, and records. They were machines that transformed time into ritual. A labyrinthine design could have been practical. Rooms for offerings, rooms for tools, rooms for priests, rooms for administration, rooms for sacred objects, corridors for movement, controlled access to sanctuaries. Complexity could serve security. But there is a third answer, the one that keeps the mystery alive. That the labyrinth was meant to be a barrier, not a fortress against armies, a fortress against intrusion. Because the labyrinth sits in a long tradition of Egyptian architecture that treats knowledge as something to be staged, protected, revealed only through sequence. In tombs and temples, you do not simply enter and see everything. You move through thresholds. You pass symbols. You are guided, tested, oriented. You are reminded at every turn that access is earned. So imagine a structure designed to overwhelm the sense of direction. Imagine corridors repeating like patterns. Imagine doors that look identical. Imagine courtyards that open into more courtyards, each one echoing the last, each one making you doubt whether you've been there before. Now imagine that beneath it, under all that stone order, there were chambers that mattered more than the ones above. Herodotus wrote of underground rooms he was not allowed to see because they were said to contain royal tombs and sacred crocodiles. Even if that detail is tangled in rumor, it hints at something familiar: restricted access, a boundary between what visitors could witness and what they could only be told. Which brings us back to the pattern: a sealed door, a forbidden vault, a structure whose most important space is not the one you can photograph. In the 19th century, archaeologists began to investigate Hawara more seriously. They found evidence of a large complex, foundations, fragments, hints of massive walls. The British archaeologist Flinders Petrie excavated the area in the late 1800s and uncovered parts of Amenemhat III's mortuary temple, describing its scale and the way it had been robbed and dismantled over time. You are there with the workmen at the edge of the trench, the air dry, but the ground strangely heavy, as if it remembers water. Your boots press into powder and broken pottery, and every scrape of the trowel has that brittle sound, stone turning back into grit. You brush away a thin layer of sand and the line appears, straight, deliberate, too clean to be chance. A corner, then another. The geometry keeps going, and you feel it before you measure it. This isn't a wall, it's a system. The sun turns the exposed limestone pale, almost soft, but when you run your fingers along it, it's cold with the stubbornness of worked rock. You stand up, looking over the trench, and the sight changes shape in your mind. Not a lonely pyramid on a flat plain, but a footprint of something vast, robbed down to its bones. The ground seems to hold its breath, as if the next layer might open into corridors that no longer exist, or into spaces that still do. He found that the site had suffered intensely, stone taken, reused, erased. And yet, even Petrie's work couldn't fully settle the matter. Because once a structure is robbed down to its bones, you can map its footprint, but you cannot feel its inner logic. You cannot know how the corridors braided together. You cannot know what it did to the mind of someone walking through it for the first time. And in the 20th century, the story took on a new, eerie dimension, one shaped not by ancient texts, but by modern instruments. Groundwater became the villain. The Fayum region is not a dry, stable platform. Water levels shift, irrigation changes the soil, archaeological layers become damp, then saturated. Mud brick dissolves, stone sinks. What remains is a site that is difficult to excavate without constant management. Pumping, draining, stabilizing. In other words, The labyrinth is not just buried, it's waterlogged, and water is a perfect keeper of secrets. It does not announce itself like a sealed door. It simply makes the work impossible in slow motion. It turns excavation into a gamble. It erodes confidence. It makes every trench a potential collapse. So modern attempts to investigate Hawara have repeatedly run into the same obstacle. The site is delicate and the conditions are hostile to straightforward digging. This is where the mystery sharpens into something almost philosophical. Because what do you do with a wonder that cannot be safely uncovered? In recent decades, there have been claims, sometimes amplified, sometimes contested, of remote sensing surveys in the area. Techniques like ground-penetrating radar, electrical resistivity, magnetometry, ways of seeing without opening the earth. Some reports speak of anomalies beneath the ground near Hawara, linear features, rectangular shapes, patterns that look like walls. The kind of shapes that could be natural, but could also be architecture. And these hints, these shadows, have fed the modern imagination the way sonar fed the imagination of the deep sea. Because an anomaly is the cruelest kind of evidence. It suggests without proving. It invites belief while refusing certainty. If the labyrinth was truly as large as the ancients described, then it should leave a signature. Foundations, stone debris, patterns in the subsurface. But if it was dismantled thoroughly, if stone was carried away for centuries, then the signature might be fragmented, interrupted, ghost-like, a blueprint with missing pages. And even worse, if parts of it were built from mud brick and softer materials, then time and groundwater could have reduced rooms into stains, corridors into subtle density changes. Not absent, just blurred. There is also the matter of exaggeration. Ancient writers were not modern engineers. They reported what they were told, what they saw, what impressed them. Numbers could be symbolic. 3,000 rooms might be a way of saying too many to count. The labyrinth could have been immense without being literally as described. But even a smaller labyrinth, hundreds of rooms, dozens of courts, would still be extraordinary. So the question becomes, what remains and what is missing? One theory suggests the labyrinth's lost reputation is simply the result of its destruction. Egypt has always been a place where old stone becomes new stone. Temples are quarries. Ruins are resources. A structure near populated land is vulnerable to being dismantled block by block until its grandeur is redistributed across later centuries. Another theory points to the possibility that the labyrinth's core is still there, buried deeper than expected, or drowned, or collapsed inward. The ancients spoke of underground sections. If those spaces existed, they could still be sealed by sediment and water, preserved in a way the above-ground halls were not. Underground spaces often survive because they are harder to rob, harder to access, and easier to forget. And then there are the fringe possibilities, the ones that cling to the edges of the historical record like dust in a beam of light. Some imagine the labyrinth as a repository, not just of administrative records, but of texts, maps, ritual knowledge. A place where the state's memory was stored in stone chambers. A library before libraries, organized not by shelves, but by rooms. It is easy to romanticize that idea. But Egypt did keep archives. It did store documents. It did record taxes, land, offerings, priests, and laws. So the question isn't whether records existed, it's whether a structure of this scale could have functioned as a massive information machine. And if it did, what would be the archaeological trace of that? Papyrus rarely survives in wet conditions. Ink fades. wood rots. The rooms could be real, and the knowledge could still be gone, which is perhaps the bleakest possibility of all, that we could find the labyrinth and still not find what we hope it contains. Because sometimes the mystery is not what was hidden, but what was lost. There is another subtle layer to Hawara's story: timing. Amenemhat III ruled in a period when Egypt was stable enough to plan for long horizons, but also anxious enough to invest in control. The Middle Kingdom sits between ages of fragmentation. It carries an awareness of how quickly order can collapse. That awareness can be felt in architecture, in fortifications, in administrative precision, in the careful choreography of power. A labyrinth in that context is not just a building. It's a statement. It says, the state is complicated. The state is vast. The state is not meant to be fully understood by one person walking through it. It is meant to be navigated by those who know the paths. And that is where the labyrinth becomes more than archaeology. It becomes a metaphor that has survived because it still feels true, because we are still haunted by structures that contain more rooms than we can enter, more corridors than we can map, more doors than we can open. And Hawara is one of those places where the physical and symbolic overlap so perfectly that the boundary between lost sight and lost idea becomes thin. If you stand near the pyramid of Hawara today, you are looking at what remains after centuries of removal and sinking. The desert air is still, the horizon is wide, the ground can look ordinary, but somewhere beneath that plain, beneath mud and water and broken stone, there may still be lines that make no sense as geology, right angles where nature prefers curves. And if that is true, then the labyrinth hasn't vanished. It has simply slipped into the one place where human certainty always weakens: underground. Modern excavation, like a hand reaching for a doorknob, keeps pausing. Not because the structure is guarded by curses or serpent deities, but because the earth itself has become the lock. Water pressure, collapse risk, bureaucracy, funding, the long patience of stone. And so the labyrinth remains in a strange state between legend and survey data, between Herodotus's astonishment and the cautious language of archaeology. It is a wonder described so loudly in the ancient world, and yet quiet now, not destroyed in a single dramatic event, but reduced over centuries into absence. And absence, when it has a name, becomes a kind of presence. Because every time the story is told, the labyrinth rebuilds itself in the imagination. Courtyards opening into courtyards, halls reflecting light, corridors narrowing, doors repeating, an architecture that feels like thought made into stone. And somewhere below it all, the lower chambers that the visitor is not allowed to see. Maybe they are empty, maybe they were robbed, maybe they never existed as described, or maybe in a place where groundwater rises and falls like a slow breath, they are still there, sealed not by ritual, but by physics, waiting in darkness, filled with silt and silence, holding nothing but the shape of what used to matter. And that may be the most haunting possibility, that one day we will finally find the labyrinth, and the greatest mystery will not be what was hidden inside, but why something so vast was built at all, and why the earth has worked so patiently for so long to keep it from being seen. Story 6. The Devil's Kettle of Minnesota. Not all labyrinths are built by human hands. Some are carved by ice and time. Some are etched into stone by a patient river. And some are so simple, so visible, so apparently ordinary, that the mind keeps circling back to the same question, certain there must be an answer, certain it must be close, until the question itself starts to feel like the only thing that's real. And so, from the buried corridors of Hawara, where a structure of impossible scale may still be sealed by physics and silence, we drift to the northern woods of Minnesota, where a river seems to enter a doorway in the rock and never come back out. It's the story of a waterfall called the Devil's Kettle, a place where half a river disappears, a place that has swallowed dye, ping-pong balls, GPS trackers, and still won't admit where the water goes. To understand why this is unsettling, you have to picture the north shore of Lake Superior the way it really is, not as a postcard, but as a landscape that feels older than memory. Dark spruce and birch, cold air that smells like wet stone, a ground quilted with moss, lichens, and shallow roots gripping ancient bedrock. The feeling that the world here has been scraped down to its hard foundation and rebuilt slowly by rain and snow and relentless seasons. In this terrain, rivers don't meander, they cut. The Brule River is one of those rivers. It runs through Judge C.R. Magny State Park, not far from the lake's edge, and for much of its course it behaves like any fast northern stream. Clear water, small rapids, a hard, rocky channel, an insistence on moving forward. And then it reaches the falls. Here the river compresses itself into a tight throat, and the sound changes. It stops being a casual rush and becomes something heavier, more deliberate. Water gathered into force. At Devil's Kettle, the Brule drops in stages, surging over dark rock into a foaming basin, white spray rising like breath. But the name doesn't come from the visible part. It comes from what happens immediately after, where the river appears to make a choice. At the lip of the main plunge, the water splits. One side continues downstream, churning, loud, alive, reforming into the river you can follow with your eyes. The other side angles toward a circular opening in the rock, a smooth, dark hole that looks less like erosion and more like an intentional drain. And into that hole, a huge portion of the river pours. It doesn't just spill, it commits. You are there at the railing, close enough that the cold mist beads on your sleeves and the roar fills your chest like a second heartbeat. The rock under your boots is slick with spray, and the river arrives in a rush, green-brown and heavy, then breaks itself at the lip as if it can't decide which way to exist. To your left, water keeps living, white foam racing onward, visible, honest. To your right, it bends and drops into a round, dark mouth in the stone. The hole isn't dramatic. It's worse than that. It's clean, and it keeps taking. You lean forward, and the opening seems to deepen as your eyes adjust. No bottom, no ledge, no bright reappearance below. Just moving water vanishing into a black that refuses to glitter. You think of dye, of ping-pong balls, of the small GPS trackers people have trusted like prayers, and you can almost feel the impulse to test it yourself, because the disappearance is so immediate it feels impossible. And yet the river keeps feeding it, second after second, as if the earth is calmly swallowing evidence. Water folds into darkness, vanishing under the rock, as if the earth has opened its mouth and decided to drink. People stand at the railing and watch, and almost everyone has the same reflex. They lean closer. Not because it's dangerous in the obvious way, though it is, but because the mind expects an outlet. A cave mouth lower down, a roaring subterranean tunnel visible through a crack, a second waterfall where the swallowed water bursts back into daylight. But there's nothing, no visible reappearance, just the continuous sound of water going in, and the unsettling absence of water coming out. For generations, this has been a local curiosity, one of those natural oddities that earns a name, then a legend, then a steady stream of visitors who come for the photograph and leave with the same unspent question. But the question refuses to stay small, because the Brule is not a trickle. It is a real river. A river has to obey the most basic accounting of nature. And yet here, at the Devil's Kettle, the accounting looks wrong. If you watch long enough, you start to notice that the hole doesn't behave like a simple pothole. The water plunges into it with extraordinary speed. The edges are worn and rounded, as if the rock has been drilled for a very long time. And there's a peculiar finality to it. The way the flow disappears without spray, without splashback, without the kind of chaotic turbulence you'd expect if the hole were shallow or obstructed. It looks like depth. It looks like a passage. It looks like something that should have an address in the landscape. And when you can't find that address, the imagination begins to fill the map. Some people picture a hidden cave system, a subterranean river threading through the basalt. Others imagine a crack leading straight to Lake Superior, a private pipeline under the forest floor. Some quietly entertain a more mythic idea, that this is a sink not into geography, but into something older. An old wound in the rock left by ice, a place where the earth forgot to close itself properly. But the thing that made Devil's Kettle famous wasn't just the legend. It was that people tried, repeatedly, to prove the answer. They did what humans always do when a mystery seems contained. They threw something in. Over the years, visitors and curious locals tried small experiments: sticks, leaves, bits of foam, and of course the famous ping-pong balls. It seems almost childish at first, the bright, weightless sphere vanishing into the black, the crowd watching downstream, waiting for the little dot of white to appear like proof. But it doesn't appear. Or rather, it almost never appears in any convincing way. A few stories claim one surfaced far downstream. Other stories claim none ever did. And the uncertainty only feeds the place. Because the experiments are so simple that failure feels personal. It's not a question of expensive equipment or distant satellites. It's a ball and a river, and the expectation that nature should behave. And then the experiments got more serious. At various times, dye was poured into the hole. Color intended to turn the mystery into a trail you could follow with your eyes. If the water re-emerged at a spring or seeped into the riverbed downstream, the dye would betray it. If it traveled to Lake Superior, perhaps the lake's edge or a nearby stream would bloom with color. But the results were frustrating. Either nothing obvious was found, or the mixing and dilution made certainty difficult. The river does not pour politely. It churns, aerates, breaks itself into droplets and mist. Dye can vanish into turbulence. It can cling to eddies and pockets and emerge so faint that only instruments would recognize it. And even if you found a trace, you'd still have to prove it came from the kettle and not from some other pathway. So people escalated again, this time into the modern language of tracking. Small GPS trackers were dropped in, or devices meant to transmit, meant to report their location like a heartbeat through the dark. It sounds, on paper, like the end of the story. If the water goes somewhere, the tracker will go somewhere, and it will tell you. But radio and rock do not cooperate. A tracker can lose signal under a few feet of earth. Under solid stone, it might as well be buried on another planet. And so even the most confident technological solution becomes another offering to the whole, another object that enters, another object that does not return with an explanation. What makes this place so hypnotic is that it sits at the intersection of two truths that don't like each other. The first truth is simple. The laws of physics don't take days off. Water doesn't vanish. It moves. It infiltrates. It pools. It re-emerges. If half a river disappears into the ground, it must be traveling through something, cracks, conduits, porous layers, toward a destination that can, in principle, be found. The second truth is equally simple. The world is full of structures that exist beyond our casual perception. Subsurface geology is not a neat diagram. It's a three-dimensional maze of fractures, joints, faults, and voids, some created by tectonic forces, some by ancient lava flows, some by the grinding and retreat of glaciers that once pressed and scraped this land like a slow machine. Devil's Kettle sits in a region with bedrock that tells a volcanic story. Dark basalt and ancient flows laid down long before the forests arrived. Basalt can fracture in ways that create hidden pathways. It can form joints and cracks that connect like plumbing, invisible until water finds them. Add to that the violent history of glaciation, the North Shore sculpted by ice that advanced and retreated, pressing meltwater into cracks, carving channels, leaving behind unpredictable voids. And you begin to see how a river might find an unusual route. One mainstream possibility is that the missing water doesn't actually go anywhere exotic. It might simply rejoin the river downstream through a network of underground channels and small seepage points, returning so gradually and diffusely that no one standing on the trail can see it. Water can travel beneath the visible riverbed, hugging the rock, emerging as countless tiny springs that feed back into the channel. Another possibility is that the Kettle is connected to a deeper fracture zone, an underground route that carries water away from the immediate river corridor and releases it farther out, perhaps into wetlands, perhaps into a different drainage system, perhaps toward the lake by a path that is geographically short but physically hidden. And then there's a less dramatic but equally unsettling idea that the half a river description is what tricks us. The split looks symmetrical at the lip, but in turbulent systems, perception lies. A visitor might see one branch swallow a massive volume, but the river is throwing water everywhere: spray, foam, recirculation. The actual percentage might vary by season, by flow, by the shape of the current that day. The Kettle might drink less than the eye believes, and what it drinks might be returned nearby in ways too subtle to catch without careful measurement. But if that's true, if the mystery is partly an illusion, why does it feel so enduring? Because even illusion has to be explained. Even if it's a smaller fraction, that fraction still goes into darkness, and darkness still refuses to show what it's doing. And the human mind does not respond well to a visible process with an invisible result. It creates a kind of cognitive itch. You can stand there, watch the water go in, and your imagination begins to travel with it. You picture the plunge into a tight stone throat. You picture a subterranean chamber carved smooth by centuries of force, a hidden tunnel roaring with trapped current. You picture the river moving under the forest floor, where tree roots drink from soil that's been touched by water that should be in the sunlight. And then your imagination does something else, something quieter. It begins to wonder what else we accept without seeing. Because Devil's Kettle is not the only place where the planet seems to swallow water. Sinkholes, swallow holes, disappearing streams. Karst landscapes across the world are full of rivers that vanish underground and reappear miles away. But those places usually come with a kind of explanation built into the terrain: limestone, caves, springs, known systems with maps and dye traces and established pathways. Devil's Kettle feels different because it sits in a landscape that doesn't advertise caves. It's not a textbook karst region where you expect rivers to vanish into a honeycomb. It's an abrupt anomaly in a hard northern geology, a drain where your intuition doesn't want one to exist, and that makes it feel, for lack of a better word, intentional. Not intentional in the supernatural sense, no horns, no folklore creature crouched beneath the rock, but intentional in the way the human brain reads patterns. A circular hole, a split river, a clean disappearance. It resembles a designed mechanism more than a random accident, like a valve set into the riverbed. This is where the fringe theories slip in, softly, without demanding belief. Some people imagine man-made intervention, an old blasting channel, a historical attempt to redirect flow, some forgotten industrial experiment from a time when rivers were treated like tools. It's not a popular idea, and the terrain argues against it, but the shape invites the thought. Others treat the kettle as a symbol of the unknown beneath us, a place that reminds us the ground is not solid in the way we pretend it is. That under the thin layer where we walk and build and name things, there are corridors of water and air and stone that we never map, because most of our lives take place on the surface. And then there's the sound. It's constant, a deep, watery roar that seems to come from the rock itself. And when you can't see the water's path, the sound becomes your only evidence that something is happening down there. Movement hidden from sight, force hidden from confirmation. It begins to feel like listening at a closed door. You know there's a room on the other side because you can hear it, but you can't open it. And the more you listen, the more you start to imagine shapes in the noise. The most unsettling part of Devil's Kettle is not that science is helpless. Science is patient. It will measure, model, test, revise. It will eventually narrow the possibilities until one explanation holds. That is what science does. The unsettling part is the time in between, the long stretch where a simple question resists a simple answer, and the place continues to exist as a public mystery. Because during that stretch, the kettle becomes something else. It becomes a mirror for our expectations, a reminder that known is often just not yet challenged, and that the surface of the world is not an honest guide to what lies beneath it. At Hawara, the earth kept a labyrinth by burying it. Here, the earth keeps a labyrinth by letting it run. A river pours into darkness, and the land refuses to point to the exit. You can walk downstream along the Brule and hear water again, see it moving between rocks, see it shining where sunlight breaks through leaves. It looks normal. It looks accounted for. And yet, if you've stood at the kettle, you carry a second image in your mind. The river splitting, the hole drinking, the absence of proof. It's hard to shake, because it suggests a strange possibility, that the world has ordinary faces it wears for us, and hidden mechanisms it keeps for itself. And if the Devil's Kettle is, in the end, just a set of fractures in basalt, just groundwater pathways, just water returning invisibly, then the mystery doesn't vanish. It simply changes shape. It becomes a reminder that our senses are not instruments, that the most important movements on Earth, water cycling through rock, pressure shifting in hidden layers, channels forming and collapsing over centuries, happen where we cannot watch them. The planet does not perform its processes for an audience. We stand at the railing, We throw in our die and our ping pong balls and our trackers, and we wait for the world to behave in a way we can understand. And the water keeps falling. Half of it keeps sliding into a black mouth in the stone. The forest keeps breathing above it, indifferent. And somewhere under that rock, whether it is a short passage back to the river or a longer unseen route toward the lake, the water continues to move through a darkness we can't follow, as if the earth is calmly swallowing evidence. And the most haunting part is this: even if we someday draw the perfect diagram of where the Devil's Kettle leads, even if we map every crack and channel and hidden return, there will still be a moment at the falls when the water disappears. And for an instant, before the explanation arrives in your mind, it will look like a vanishing. And in that instant, the old question will still be there, whispering beneath the roar. If the earth can swallow a river in plain sight, what else has it learned to keep quietly under our feet? Story 7. The deep biosphere, beneath Earth's crust. There are places where the planet doesn't merely hide water. There are places where it hides life, not on the surface, where sunlight writes the rules, not in forests and oceans where food chains begin with the sky. But beneath the crust, beneath the rock, we treat as solid and final, where pressure increases, where pores narrow, where darkness is absolute. And yet, something endures. It begins with a simple, unsettling thought. The ground beneath you is not dead. It is not a sterile foundation. It is not a clean boundary between here and below. In cracks the width of a human hair, in mineral seams, in fractures opened by ancient stress and still quietly shifting, there is chemistry, slow, patient chemistry that can be eaten. And if something can be eaten, something can live. Scientists call it the deep biosphere. The phrase sounds clinical, almost tidy, like a label on a jar. But the reality is anything but tidy. It is a realm of heat and weight and time, life operating on geological schedules, in a world where a day has no meaning, where light has never entered, where an organism may take centuries to divide once. The mysteries here don't announce themselves with a waterfall spectacle. They appear in core samples, in mine water, in the faint smell of hydrogen when rock is cracked open, in numbers, cell counts, isotopic ratios that insist a quiet truth. The planet is alive in places we never meant to imagine. To reach this world, you don't sail to a remote island or dive into a trench. You descend into shafts cut by industry and curiosity. You follow the air down, past the point where sunlight becomes memory and the walls begin to sweat. In deep mines, gold mines, platinum mines, there are levels where the rock is warm to the touch, where ventilation systems roar like mechanical lungs, where the darkness feels physical. And sometimes, in water that seeps from ancient fractures, something is waiting. You are there now, helmet lamp reduced to a small, obedient circle on stone. The tunnel air is dry and metallic, and the deeper warmth rises through your boots, as if the planet is running a slow fever. A hose line leads you to a fracture in the wall, a place where rock has split just enough to weep. The water that gathers is clear, almost innocent, but it carries a smell you can't place. Sharp, clean, faintly electrical. You steady a sterile bottle in gloved hands, careful not to touch the rim, watching droplets bead and fall with a patience that feels older than the mine itself. When the sample fills, you cap it and label it, and for a moment, the only sound is your own breathing and the distant thunder of machinery above. Later, in the bright safety of a lab, the numbers appear. Cell counts where there shouldn't be any. Chemical fingerprints that don't match surface contamination. Hints of a metabolism fed by rock and water alone. The realization lands softly, but it changes the tunnel behind you. It was never empty. In certain South African mines that cut miles into Earth, researchers found microbial communities in groundwater isolated for astonishing stretches of time. Not simply hidden, but sealed away. Water moving so slowly it might as well be still. In these samples, the signature wasn't of organisms living on scraps washed down from the surface. It was of organisms living on the rock itself, on the energy released when water reacts with minerals, splitting and rearranging, producing hydrogen, an invisible fuel in a lightless world. It's strange to picture, a hunger for the planet's own breath. And once you accept that, the imagination begins to widen. If hydrogen can feed life, sunlight is no longer necessary. If radioactive decay can break molecules and create usable energy gradients, a biosphere can exist with no connection to the surface at all, like a second world layered under the first. This is where the story becomes less like biology and more like a quiet horror of scale. The deeper you go, the more you realize you've been walking above an unseen continent of living chemistry. The deep biosphere is not one habitat. It's a patchwork. Fractures, aquifers, pore spaces in basalt, the boundaries where fluids meet rock and exchange ions. Some of it is hot, some cold. Some of it is briny. Some of it is acidic enough to strip metal, alkaline enough to feel like soap. What unites it is not comfort, but persistence. Down there, the enemies of life are everywhere. Pressure that crushes voids, temperatures that accelerate decay, starvation measured not in days, but in centuries. And yet organisms adapt by slowing until they are almost indistinguishable from stone. They form spores, they repair DNA at a glacial pace, they use electron donors and acceptors the way surface life uses sugar and oxygen. On the surface, we think of food as a thing you can see. A leaf, a fish, a carcass. Below the crust, food is a gradient, a difference in charge, an imbalance in chemistry waiting to be equalized. Life becomes a kind of patient bookkeeping, taking advantage of the planet's tendency to fall into equilibrium. And one of the most unsettling details is how little energy it takes. Some deep microbes survive on the thinnest margins imaginable. They don't live fast. They don't live loud. They live like embers buried in ash, present, but almost not there. They may spend unimaginable spans in maintenance mode, repairing molecules, waiting for a faint trickle of hydrogen, a whisper of sulfate, a trace of carbon dioxide to turn into something usable. If you've ever stood near an old stone wall and felt it radiate heat long after sunset, you know the feeling. The deep biosphere is like that. Stored energy, slow release, hidden warmth. But the deeper mystery is not just that life exists. It's the question of what kind of life this encourages. Because a world without sunlight is a world without the familiar. No green, no photosynthesis, no quick bloom of life followed by collapse. In the deep biosphere, evolution doesn't have the same tempo. Mutations arrive, but selection is quieter. Populations are smaller, isolated, separated by rock-like islands, separated by oceans. In that isolation, lineages can become ancient, strange, divergent. Some researchers have described deep microbial ecosystems as a kind of living archive. cells that may preserve biochemical strategies older than forests, older than animals, older than the first complex ecosystems on land. Not because they are primitive, but because they occupy niches that haven't changed much in billions of years: rock, water, heat, chemistry. It's a humbling thought. While empires rose and fell above ground, while ice sheets advanced and retreated, while the surface was sterilized and repopulated by catastrophe, these organisms kept doing what they do, slowly, quietly, endlessly, under the crushing patience of stone. And then there's the scale question. When people first hear about microbes in mines, it can sound like a curiosity, an odd footnote. But the deep biosphere isn't a cave with a few hardy survivors. It's a patchwork spread through crust and sediment in ways we can barely sample. Not concentrated like a rainforest, but dispersed through pores and fractures. And that leads to an eerie inversion. The surface, which feels like the real world, may be the thin, bright skin of a much larger biological presence. Of course, the deep biosphere isn't friendly. Some of it is toxic. Some of it is hostile in ways we don't have words for. And yet, it is strangely stable. The surface can change in a year. Drought, fire, flood. Underground, a fracture can hold the same water chemistry for spans that defy human intuition. It's a realm where time becomes a pressure of its own, which means if something goes wrong down there, it can go wrong quietly, and for a very long time. There are places where drilling has opened windows into this hidden world, boreholes that cut through rock like needles through flesh, pulling up fluids and gases that have been trapped for ages. In some cases, the act of sampling changes the environment, introducing oxygen, changing pressures, waking systems that were dormant. The boundary between observer and observed becomes a disturbance. And this is where the mystery thickens, because our knowledge depends on intrusion. We infer life from chemical fingerprints, from methane with an isotopic signature that suggests biology, from minerals altered in ways that imply microbial activity, from DNA fragments captured in water drawn up from depth. But the deeper you go, the harder it becomes to know what you're seeing. Contamination becomes a ghost that haunts every sample. Are these organisms truly from the depths, or stowaways from the surface? Scientists fight this with careful protocols, sterilized equipment, tracers, controls. But the question never fully disappears. In a world defined by hidden cracks and sealed pockets, certainty is always difficult. And yet, even with those doubts, the evidence accumulates. One of the most fascinating aspects of the deep biosphere is that it seems to thrive at boundaries. Places where rock meets water, where minerals dissolve and reform, where faults grind and release fresh surfaces. Fault lines, especially, have a peculiar role. They are not just breaks in the crust, they are pathways. They move fluids, they mix chemicals, they generate heat, they crack rock, producing hydrogen and other reactive compounds. In a sense, faults are kitchens, and sometimes they are more than that. They are channels between realms. There are deep fracture systems where water rises from below, carrying gases and dissolved elements from places we can't reach. In volcanic regions, in geothermal fields, in subduction zones, fluids circulate through depths that approach the boundaries of habitability. There, the deep biosphere blurs into another mystery. Where does life end? We tend to imagine a hard boundary, a depth at which heat sterilizes all biology. But the reality is more like a gradient. Different organisms tolerate different conditions. Some endure in heat that seems impossible. Some persist in high pressure and extreme salinity. The boundary isn't a line, it's a shifting frontier, dependent on chemistry and water availability as much as temperature. And that frontier matters because it changes how we think about life beyond Earth. If Earth can host ecosystems that run on hydrogen and rock-water reactions, if life can persist without sun, then icy moons with hidden oceans, rocky planets with active geology, even worlds we once dismissed as dead become candidates for biology. The deep biosphere turns the search for life outward by turning our attention inward. But even without space, the implications are unsettling enough. Because once you accept that life can exist deep underground, you have to consider what else might be shaped by that possibility. For instance, the deep carbon cycle. Some deep microbes produce methane, others consume it. Some fix carbon dioxide into biomass without plants. Some turn sulfate into sulfide, altering mineral chemistry and the composition of fluids. Over long spans, this is not trivial. It's a subterranean metabolism that may influence the chemistry of groundwater, the formation of ore deposits, even the conditions that make certain rocks stable or unstable. The planet's interior isn't merely geology, it's geology with a pulse. And then there's the oldest question, one that returns in a different shape each time we face a mystery like this. Origins. Was life born at the surface, in warm ponds and sunlit shallows, then later colonized the depths? Or did life begin in the dark, in chemically rich environments, and only later climb toward the light? Some theories point to hydrothermal systems as cradle zones, places where mineral gradients and heat could have powered early chemistry. The deep biosphere makes this feel less like speculation and more like an echo. If life can thrive on chemistry alone today, perhaps it always could. Perhaps the first ecosystems were not green, but invisible. And if that's true, then the surface world we know, forests, animals, oceans lit by sun, may be the later chapter, not the first. There are also strange hints of isolation that border on the uncanny. In some deep environments, the water appears to have been cut off from the surface for extremely long times. If microbes have persisted there, reproducing slowly, adapting in darkness, then these communities may be like biological islands trapped in time, a kind of subterranean Galapagos, but sealed behind rock. What would evolution look like there? What strategies would emerge in a world where energy arrives not as feast and famine, but as a steady, microscopic trickle? Would cooperation dominate? Would competition? Would organisms become more efficient, more minimal, more resilient than anything on the surface? Or would they become unfamiliar? The deep biosphere also touches a more immediate human unease. We are digging deeper than ever. Mines, tunnels, boreholes, repositories for waste, energy extraction. In doing so, we interact with systems we barely understand. We open fractures, we change groundwater flows, we introduce heat and pressure changes. We connect compartments that were never meant to meet. And that raises a subtle, haunting possibility. Not that something monstrous lurks below, waiting to climb out in a dramatic moment, but that we are already disturbing ancient balances, altering hidden ecosystems without even noticing. Imagine a fracture that held its chemistry stable for 1 million years. Then a drill bit pierces it and oxygen rushes in. A new energy source appears. Microbes that had been dormant awaken, others die. A slow equilibrium shifts, quietly, permanently. No headline, no warning, just a change written in chemistry. There are places on Earth where the boundary between surface and deep is thinner than we think, where gases seep up through faults, where warm springs rise carrying minerals and whispers of the crust's interior, where hydrogen and methane leak into shallow aquifers. Sometimes these are celebrated, spa towns, geothermal fields. Sometimes they are feared, mysterious flames, strange smells, wells that bubble as if the earth is breathing. For a long time, people interpreted those signs as supernatural, as portals, as underworld vents. Now we have another interpretation. They may be the exhale of a living deep planet. But even that scientific framing doesn't remove the unease. It sharpens it, because it suggests the Earth beneath us is not inert. It is active. It is reactive. It is inhabited, not by creatures we would recognize in the dark, but by life forms so small and so patient that they can turn stone into habitat. And sometimes, if you stand in the right place, near a fault, near an old mine, near a borehole drawing water from depths you can't visualize, you can feel the mental vertigo of it. The sense that below the everyday world of weather and roads and voices, there is another world pressed against it, separated only by a thickness of rock that we have learned to pierce. The devil's kettle asked where water goes when it vanishes. The deep biosphere asks a deeper question, one that doesn't roar, but whispers. If life can exist in darkness, fed by the planet's own slow chemistry, then the crust is not a barrier, it's a habitat. And habitat invites complexity. It invites unknown branches of evolution. It invites ecosystems we have only sampled like crumbs from a table we can't see. Somewhere, miles down, water moves through ancient fractures. Minerals dissolve and reform. Hydrogen gathers in tiny pockets. Radioactive decay quietly breaks molecules apart, releasing energy one particle at a time. And in that patient, perpetual process, cells persist, dividing once in decades or centuries, living so slowly that to them, our entire civilization is a brief flicker at the surface. And the unsettling part is not merely that they are there. It's that we don't know how far down there goes. We don't know how much of the planet is quietly occupied. And we don't know what forms of life, adaptations, metabolisms, strategies, have had billions of years to refine themselves in a world without light. Because when you look at the ground beneath your feet, it feels like a floor, but it may be more like a lid. And if the earth can swallow a river in plain sight, perhaps it can also hide an entire living realm in silence, one that doesn't need us, doesn't notice us, and will still be there long after the surface has changed beyond recognition. The question then isn't only what lives down there, it's what we might awaken by digging, and whether one day we will realize the deep biosphere was never truly beneath us at all, only separated from our world by a thin crust of assumption. Story 8. The uncharted forests of the Congo Basin. Not all hidden worlds lie under stone. Sometimes the unknown is not buried in darkness beneath our feet, but standing upright, breathing and green, so thick with life that it becomes its own kind of night. A place where sunlight exists yet rarely reaches the ground, where distance is measured not in miles, but in how far you can move before the forest closes behind you again. To leave the deep biosphere is to rise from pressure into humidity, from mineral silence into an endless chorus of insects and birds. And yet the feeling is strangely familiar, The sense of entering an ecosystem that has been here all along, running on rules older than us, barely intersecting with our maps. Because in the heart of Africa, stretching across multiple countries like a living continent within a continent, lies the Congo Basin, one of the largest tropical rainforests on Earth, dense, humid, and vast enough to swallow roads, borders, and certainty. It is often described as green in satellite images, an enormous smear of chlorophyll across Central Africa. But from inside it, the color becomes something else. It becomes depth. The green is layered, canopy over understory, understory over shadow, shadow over mud, mud over water, and water over a bottom you cannot see. The forest is not a single place. It is stacked worlds, one on top of another, all moving at different speeds. And that is part of why the Congo Basin remains one of the most mysterious locations on Earth. Not because no one lives there, millions do. Not because it is untouched. Logging, mining, and conflict have scarred its edges and carved corridors into parts of it. But because, even now, within that immensity, there are regions that are functionally unknown. Not unknown in a poetic sense, unknown in the plain, literal sense that no detailed biological survey exists, no road remains passable year-round, no consistent human presence holds the ground long enough to measure what passes through. It's a place where undiscovered is not a romantic word. It's a scientific reality. New species are still being documented in Central African forests. Plants, amphibians, insects, fish that were always there, living entire lifetimes in hidden streams and leaf litter while the modern world argued about what was still left to find. And even among species we think we know, behavior can remain mysterious. You can have a name for an animal and still not understand what it does at night, where it migrates in the rainy season, or how it senses the world beneath the canopy. The Congo Basin is also a place where humans have lived for a very long time, where knowledge is carried not in textbooks, but in memory, in trails, in warnings whispered into children's ears. This is home to hundreds of communities, including indigenous forest peoples such as the Mbuti and other groups whose lives are intimately tied to the rhythms of the forest. There are stories here that do not begin with an expedition report. They begin with a footprint in wet clay, a snapped sapling that should not have been snapped, a stretch of river that the elders avoid without needing to explain why. And layered within that human world is another layer still. Communities living in deeper isolation, some with limited contact, others described as uncontacted or unrecognized by the outside world, not because they are mythical, but because remoteness and instability can make sustained documentation difficult. In a region where geography resists entry and politics can make travel dangerous, unknown can be the natural state for long stretches of time. The Congo Basin doesn't just hide species, it hides stories. It hides roots. It hides people. It hides the very evidence we would normally use to reassure ourselves that the world is fully catalogued. And in that space, where science is still catching up to the scale of reality, one legend refuses to fade. A name that hovers at the edge of zoology and folklore, repeated with a seriousness that makes outsiders uneasy. Mokalembembe. Depending on who you ask, the name has been translated in different ways, often rendered as something like one who stops the flow of rivers. The image attached to it is remarkably persistent. A large creature associated with remote swamps and river systems, sometimes described with a long neck, a heavy body, something that sounds, uncomfortably, like a living echo of prehistoric animals. To the modern mind, it sounds like a story that should have died the moment we built airplanes and satellites. And yet it didn't. Part of the reason is geography. The Congo Basin is not a single forest, but a network of forests, rivers, and wetlands. In some areas, the land becomes swamp, an endless expanse of waterlogged vegetation, floating plants, hidden channels, black water that reflects the sky like oil. Swamps are not simply wet forests. They are natural archives that rarely give up what they contain. They preserve tracks only briefly, then erase them. They swallow carcasses. They distort sound. They keep distance. If you have never been in a true swamp, it's hard to understand how completely it changes your sense of scale. You can hear something moving and have no idea if it's 10 meters away or 50. You can see a ripple and not know what caused it. You can spend hours moving through reeds and find yourself in what feels like the same place, because every horizon is the same repeating geometry of green and brown. In such a landscape, the line between unconfirmed animal and something else becomes thin. And this is usually how it begins, quietly, in the smallest piece of physical reality, in something the forest allows you to notice for only a moment. You are there, standing at the edge of a narrow, tannin-dark channel where the water barely seems to move. The humidity presses against your skin like a warm cloth. Every sound is close, wings flicking, insects ticking, distant calls you can't place. Until, without warning, the forest seems to hold its breath. You step forward and the mud gives slightly, sucking at your boot. In the soft ground near the waterline, you see it. An impression that doesn't look like the scattered marks of birds or the familiar churn of a common crossing. It's deeper than you expect, rounded in a way that makes you pause, as if the weight that made it had nowhere to distribute itself but straight down. You crouch, careful not to destroy the edges, and the air smells of wet leaves and slow decay. Across the channel, reeds tremble, just once, then settle. A ripple spreads outward, perfectly calm, widening into the reflections until it becomes nothing at all. You realize how quickly the forest can erase what it shows you, how easily this could be gone in an hour, in a rain, in the next passing animal. And for a moment, the Congo feels less like a place you're exploring, and more like a presence deciding what you're permitted to keep. But even setting the legend aside, the Congo Basin holds mysteries that are more than cryptid tales. It holds the kind of mysteries that science recognizes as real problems, gaps in understanding created by the sheer difficulty of doing research at scale. Take the forest itself. Tropical rainforests are often called the lungs of the earth, but that phrase is too simple. The Congo Basin is not just a mass of trees breathing oxygen. It is a vast carbon system, absorbing, storing, and releasing carbon through growth, decay, and fire. It influences rainfall patterns. It creates its own weather. It is a living engine whose internal mechanics are still being studied. And those mechanics are changing. Climate shifts, deforestation, and land use changes are altering the rhythm of wet and dry seasons. When the rhythm shifts, animals shift. Migration routes change. Breeding cycles change. A species can become harder to find, not because it is gone, but because it has moved in ways we did not predict. And in a forest that already resists observation, even small changes can create the illusion of disappearance, or the illusion of something new arriving. This is where the Congo becomes unsettling in a quieter way. Because the mysteries here are not always dramatic. Sometimes they are subtle. A place where a call is heard that cannot be matched to a known bird. A set of prints that seem too large for the expected animal in that region. a story repeated across villages that describes the same pattern: an encounter at a river bend, a disturbance in a fishing spot, a sudden silence. Science, when it is honest, admits that unknown is not a failure. It is a category, a placeholder for what the world has not yet allowed us to measure. The Congo Basin is full of those placeholders. Some of the most compelling mysteries revolve around the simple fact that large animals can be surprisingly hard to track in dense environments. People imagine that if something big existed, surely we would have seen it clearly. But visibility is not guaranteed. Dense forest can reduce sight lines to a few meters. Animals can move at dawn, at night, during rains. They can inhabit swamps where human access is limited. And evidence, tracks, scat, hair, bones, can be destroyed quickly by moisture, insects, scavengers, and the chemistry of decay. In the deep biosphere beneath Earth's crust, life is hidden because it doesn't need light. In the Congo Basin, life can be hidden precisely because there is too much life. The forest consumes evidence. And that consumption has shaped not just biology, but human imagination. When local accounts describe something unusual, the outside world often frames it as superstition. But that framing can be a kind of arrogance, because local knowledge is observational knowledge, built over generations. People who live with a landscape learn its normal patterns. They learn what a hippo sounds like when it moves through water. They learn what an elephant does to vegetation. They learn the difference between a crocodile disturbance and a submerged log shifting with current. And when something doesn't match the pattern, they notice. That doesn't mean every story is literal, but it does mean the story is anchored in experience. So what is Mokelembembe really? There are grounded possibilities that don't require rewriting paleontology. Misidentification is the first. In swamps and rivers, partial glimpses can create powerful impressions. An animal's back breaking the surface, a neck-like shape formed by vegetation, or a swimming creature seen at an angle, an elephant's trunk rising above water. Hippos, too, can appear almost dinosaurian in low light, their nostrils and eyes emerging like ancient machinery. There is also the phenomenon of memory itself. Stories evolve, details sharpen over time. A description becomes more dramatic not because anyone is lying, but because retelling selects for what feels meaningful. Another possibility is that the name Mokelembembe might not refer to a single species at all, but to a category, an umbrella term for dangerous, rare, or anomalous creatures of the swamp. Many cultures have such categories, a name that is less taxonomy and more warning, a word that means simply, do not go there. But then there are the wilder possibilities, rare survivors, unknown megafauna, something overlooked because our surveys are incomplete. Here is where the Congo's scale matters. The basin is larger than Alaska. It is not one field site. It is a mosaic of landscapes. Within it are areas where researchers rarely work for long. Some regions are so difficult to access that even building a temporary research station becomes an ordeal. And because so much scientific work depends on repeated observation, returning season after season, deploying camera traps, collecting samples over time, any region that disrupts that repetition can stay in the shadows. Could an unknown large animal persist in such a place? Most biologists would say it is unlikely for something as dramatic as a living dinosaur. Large vertebrates leave ecological footprints. They need food at scale. They shape their environment. And yet, unlikely is not the same as impossible. Especially when we consider that the history of zoology includes multiple animals once dismissed as legend, okapi, mountain gorillas, even the coelacanth, Revealed not because the world suddenly changed, but because human attention finally aligned with what was already there. The Congo Basin, in other words, is the kind of place where a discovery can feel like a haunting, because it forces a question we don't like to ask. How much of the world do we only believe in once it enters our paperwork? And then there's another layer, one that complicates everything. Human conflict and exploitation have repeatedly disrupted scientific access to parts of the Congo Basin. When a region is unstable, long-term ecological monitoring becomes nearly impossible. Conservation efforts falter, poaching rises, animals move deeper into refuges, and in that shifting, strained landscape, the line between natural mystery and human tragedy blurs. Sometimes the unknown is not a creature. Sometimes it's the absence of reliable information itself. We know that the Congo Basin holds immense biodiversity. We know it holds species not yet described, and that many species are threatened before they're even named. We know the forests and wetlands can hide large animals for long periods. We know that human stories persist for a reason, even when they cannot be verified on command. But there is one more reason the Congo Basin feels like a real mysterious location that science can't fully explain. It changes the observer. In open landscapes, humans feel large. In cities, humans feel in control. But under a tropical canopy, your senses are retuned. The air is heavy, scented with decay and flowers at the same time. Your skin becomes aware of every drop of sweat. Sound becomes constant. Chirps, clicks, distant calls, the hush of moving leaves. The forest doesn't feel empty. It feels crowded. And the more crowded it feels, the more it becomes clear that you are not the center of anything. Explorers and scientists who work in such places often describe a strange psychological effect. The sensation of being watched, not by a predator necessarily, but by the forest itself, by the countless unseen lives that are aware of you long before you are aware of them. In that state, even ordinary events, an unseen animal crashing away, a sudden silence, can feel ominous. It's easy to see how legends take root here, but it's also easy to see how those legends might preserve real observations hidden inside metaphor. Because the Congo is not only a place of monsters, it is a place of thresholds. Thresholds between known and unknown, between documented science and lived knowledge, between what can be photographed and what can only be described. Even camera traps, those tireless mechanical eyes that have transformed wildlife research, have limits here. A camera trap is only as good as where it's placed. It watches one corridor, one clearing, one path. But the Congo Basin is a labyrinth of corridors. A creature could pass just meters beyond the frame, forever unseen. A river bend could hide something large beneath tannin-dark water, and the lens would capture nothing but ripples and reflected leaves. So the mystery persists, not because the world is magical, but because the world is vast, and our methods are narrow. And perhaps that is the deeper theme connecting the deep biosphere beneath the crust to the uncharted forests of the Congo Basin. In both places, life thrives beyond our ordinary reach. In both places, our tools have improved, yet our certainty has not kept pace. We can drill into rock and find ecosystems that feed on chemistry. We can fly over forests and map their canopy. And still, whole layers of existence remain just out of sight, living in the margins between what we can measure and what we can only suspect. The Congo Basin continues to breathe, to shift, to hide, to reveal. Sometimes in new scientific papers, sometimes in local warnings, sometimes in the sudden appearance of an animal that makes us rethink what we assumed was finished. And somewhere in that green immensity, among the swamps and tributaries, where the water is dark and the forest leans close, there are places where people still lower their voices. Places where the river seems to hesitate. Places where, if something large moved through the reeds at dusk, the only evidence might be a trembling line of plants, and the unnerving sensation that the forest noticed you first. Because the most unsettling possibility isn't that a prehistoric creature still lives there. It's that the Congo Basin, like the deep biosphere, reminds us how thin our knowledge really is. A thin crust of assumption. And if we ever push too hard into that green silence, we may find that the forest was never waiting to be discovered at all. It was waiting to remain unknown. Story 9. The Cave That Screams. Movile Cave. Not all mysteries lie buried beneath green canopies. Sometimes, the unknown isn't spread across a continent-wide wilderness. It's locked behind stone and silence, sealed so completely that even air itself becomes an artifact. Because the Congo Basin wasn't only a reminder of how much we haven't mapped, it was a reminder of something more unsettling. That the world still contains places that resist us on a deeper level. Places that do not merely hide from human eyes, but operate by rules that were never written for us. A thin crust of assumption. And if we ever push too hard into that green silence, we may find that the forest was never waiting to be discovered at all. It was waiting to remain unknown. And somewhere far from the Congo, beneath the quiet hills of Romania, there is a place that took that idea literally. A cave that did not simply keep secrets. It kept time, it kept breath, it kept life, in a form that would not survive a single clean lungful of the world above. This is the story of Movile Cave, a place sometimes described as a sealed ecosystem. But that phrase is almost too gentle, too clinical, too safe. Because what waits in Movile is not just a hidden chamber. It is an environment that feels like an argument against the way we think life is supposed to work. The cave lies near the city of Mangalia, not far from the Black Sea coast in southeastern Romania. From above, there is nothing mythical about the landscape. Fields, roads, ordinary human geometry. The kind of ground you'd never suspect holds an alien world beneath it. And that's part of the unease. Movile wasn't found because explorers chased a legend or followed an old map. It was uncovered by accident in the modern age, during geological surveying and construction work in the late 1980s. A man-sized opening into darkness. A pocket of air that didn't behave like air. You are there in the first moment the earth gives way, standing at the lip of a narrow shaft that shouldn't exist, the light from above turning the rim into a hard, white circle. You edge closer, and the darkness below doesn't look empty. It looks heavy, like it has weight. Your headlamp beam drops down and fails to find a comforting end. Only wet stone and a tight throat of passage that seems to drink the light. The first breath you take is wrong. Humid, sharp, sour in a way you can't place at first, and then it hits you. Sulfur. Not as a smell, but as a warning. You instinctively breathe shallower, as if the air might punish you for taking too much. Every sound feels amplified. Your own exhale, the faint drip of water, while the space below stays indifferent. You aren't thinking about treasure or beauty. You're thinking about oxygen. You're thinking about what could live in a place that doesn't want you. And behind it, a system that seemed to have been waiting in private for a span of time so long, it stops feeling like history at all. The first thing you have to understand about Movile is that it isn't a show cave. It doesn't invite visitors with lit walkways and handrails. It doesn't welcome crowds. It isn't even easy to enter. To reach it, you descend through a narrow artificial shaft, tight, vertical, industrial, more like accessing a utility tunnel than a natural wonder. And then the cave takes over. Low passages, cramped turns, irregular stone that presses in close, as if the earth is trying to keep you from remembering there is a world above. But the real threshold isn't the rock, it's the air. Movile's atmosphere is infamous because it is wrong by surface standards. Depleted in oxygen, enriched with carbon dioxide, and laced with gases like hydrogen sulfide and methane. In most caves, you worry about getting lost. Here, you worry about getting one breath too confident. Hydrogen sulfide is the smell of rotten eggs, but that description doesn't prepare you for the way it feels. Sharp and wet, as if the air itself has teeth. At higher levels, it can numb your sense of smell, which makes it more dangerous because your own body stops warning you. Carbon dioxide, heavy and invisible, can pool in low spots like a liquid you can't see. Oxygen, the thing you take for granted in every sentence you've ever spoken, becomes a ration. And yet, this is not a dead place. Movile is alive, not in the familiar way. No sunlight, no green plants, no photosynthesis feeding the base of the food chain. Instead, the cave runs on chemistry, on the slow, ancient metabolism of rock and water and gas. The heart of Movile is a subterranean lake and a series of air bells, pockets where the poisonous atmosphere meets the warm, mineral-rich water. This is where the cave's true character emerges. A humid, sealed microclimate, often described as warm compared to outside caves, with condensation clinging to stone and a constant sense of breath held too long. In this environment, microbial communities form mats and films, slippery, pale, sometimes floating, sometimes clinging like living paint. These microbes are not plants, but they play the same role plants play in the surface world. They make food from chemicals. This is chemosynthesis, life powered not by light, but by reactions, particularly the oxidation of hydrogen sulfide and other compounds. In simple terms, the cave's bacteria can take toxic substances and turn them into energy and biomass. They build an entire ecosystem from what would kill most creatures. And once that foundation exists, everything above it becomes possible. Tiny invertebrates graze on the microbial mats. Predators hunt the grazers. Scavengers work the leftovers. Parasites and decomposers complicate the web. A complete food chain, thriving in a place where sunlight has never touched. This is why Movile unsettles scientists and storytellers alike. Because it looks like a model of how life could exist elsewhere, beneath the surface of Mars, under the ice of Europa, in any sealed dark place where chemistry provides fuel. But it is also unsettling for a more intimate reason. Movile is not merely different, it is indifferent. It does not seem to care that humans cannot belong there. Inside the cave, researchers have documented an extraordinary number of species adapted to this toxic world, many of them found nowhere else. Pale creatures with reduced eyes, arthropods that navigate by touch and chemical cues, spiders and centipedes that hunt in darkness, water-dwelling crustaceans moving through the lake's shadow. When you picture a cave ecosystem, you might imagine a simplified world. A few bats, a few insects, a trickle of life. Movile is not a trickle. It is a self-contained experiment running at full intensity, alive in multiple layers, from microbes to predators. And what makes it stranger is the timeline. Movile is often described as being isolated from the surface for millions of years. Whether the number is exactly as clean as it sounds matters less than what it represents. Deep time. Long enough for evolution to take a world that began as something ordinary and sculpt it into something specialized, sealed, and distinct. Long enough for life to forget the sun. Long enough for an ecosystem to become so tuned to its own atmosphere that fresh air becomes lethal. Because that's the paradox at the center of this mystery. The creatures of Movile are not just surviving in toxic air. They are surviving in air that is toxic to us. And the air that keeps us alive would disrupt them. So Movile becomes a philosophical location as much as a biological one. A place that flips the usual human story. We like to imagine ourselves as the default, our conditions, our needs, our atmosphere. We call other environments extreme, as if the universe is calibrated to our comfort and everything else is an exception. Movile tells a different story. It suggests that extreme is a matter of perspective, that life doesn't have to mirror the surface world's logic, and that the biosphere may be far larger than the green skin of Earth we inhabit. There's a reason some people call Movile the cave that screams. Not because it literally howls, but because it feels like it should. Because everything about it reads like a warning sign, a locked door, a sealed chamber with the wrong smell behind it. Even the science carries a tremor of dread when you sit with it long enough. Researchers entering Movile must treat the environment with a kind of ritual caution, monitoring oxygen, limiting exposure, moving carefully through narrow passages that don't allow panic. In places like this, fear is not theatrical, it is practical. A mistake is not a scare, it is a collapse. And there's another layer of haunting detail that lingers around Movile: the idea of contamination. When you discover a place that has been isolated for so long, you don't just worry about what it might do to you. You worry about what you might do to it. Every footstep is a potential introduction of microbes from the surface. Every exhale changes the chemistry of a sealed pocket. Every breath you take in that space is not just you consuming air. It's you adding something back into a system that evolved without you. So the cave becomes a kind of living archive, not of human history, but of life's possibilities. An archive written in bacterial film, in the anatomy of eyeless spiders, in the behavior of creatures that have never seen the color of the sky. And once you frame it like that, the questions start multiplying in the dark. Because if Movile exists, sealed, thriving, chemically powered, then how many other Moviles are there? Not necessarily as famous, not necessarily as accessible, but hidden in karst landscapes, under plains, beneath mountains. Caves with unusual chemistry, deep pockets of life that never meet the sun. Entire microbial kingdoms in rock pores and aquifers, living slowly, persistently, in conditions we once would have called impossible. This is not speculation in the sense of fantasy. It's an implication drawn from a real location. Movile forces us to reconsider the boundary of habitable. The surface world is loud with life, forests, oceans, animals moving in daylight. But beneath that, Earth's crust contains an enormous volume of dark habitat, fractures, voids, pores, cave networks, water systems threaded through stone. Movile may be an extreme example, but it is also a clue. And that's where the theories begin. Not about whether Movile is real, because it is, but about what it means. One mainstream interpretation is simple: and in its simplicity, profound. Movile is a natural laboratory for chemosynthetic ecosystems. It helps us understand biogeochemical cycles, the limits of life, and how ecosystems can persist without sunlight. It is a window into early Earth conditions, when oxygen levels were different and microbial life dominated. In that view, Movile is a reminder that the surface world, the world of plants and animals and breathable air, might be the newer chapter, not the original one. That life began in chemical darkness and only later learned to farm sunlight. But there's a deeper scientific mystery tied to Movile, and it's not about microbes. It's about isolation. How truly sealed is this cave? Because sealed for millions of years is a phrase that invites both awe and skepticism. Water moves, rock cracks, gases exchange. Even a cave that appears isolated may have subtle connections, a slow seep, a microscopic pathway, a fracture that breathes over long spans of time. So some researchers focus on the cave as a system in equilibrium, maintained by a balance of gas inputs, groundwater chemistry, and microbial processing. In this view, Movile is less like a tomb and more like a closed engine, stable, but only because everything inside is tuned to everything else. That tuning is what feels eerie, because it means the cave is not static. It is active, breathing in its own way, consuming compounds, producing others, cycling carbon and sulfur through living bodies you can barely see. A second set of theories leans into astrobiology, the possibility that Movile is a proxy for extraterrestrial life. Chemosynthesis is not a rare trick. It exists at hydrothermal vents in the deep sea, in subglacial lakes, in the deep biosphere. Movile offers a more accessible, contained version of that logic. If life can thrive here, it can thrive in other dark worlds, worlds we have not yet opened. And then there are the fringe, philosophical theories, less about what Movile is and more about what it symbolizes. Movile is a place that challenges human intuition so aggressively that it invites myth by accident. To some, it feels like a boundary point between worlds, one Earth above, one Earth below. A place where the planet's normal face is revealed to be a thin habit. It's the same fear that echoes in the Congo Basin's green silence. Not fear of a monster. Fear of an environment that doesn't need you. Fear of realizing that mystery is not always a puzzle waiting for a solution. Sometimes mystery is a habitat, a closed loop of existence that would continue perfectly well if you never knew it existed. And that's where the screaming becomes metaphorical again, because Movile does not scream in sound. It screams in implication. It asks, if life can become this strange beneath our feet, what else has evolved out of sight? If a cave can hold an atmosphere that kills us and nourishes something else, what other atmospheres exist in hidden pockets of Earth? If an ecosystem can base its entire existence on toxic gas, what would it look like in places where the chemistry is stranger still? And perhaps most haunting of all, if this cave remained sealed for so long, and we have only just opened its door in the last few decades, what else have we already opened without realizing what was inside? Movile is protected now, controlled, studied with caution, but the act of discovery can't be undone. The cave has been named, entered, measured, sampled. The outside world has touched it. And in that contact, there's a quiet tension that never fully leaves the story. Because when humans find a sealed place, we treat it like a treasure. But sealed places don't always want to be treasures. Sometimes they are sealed for a reason that isn't supernatural at all, simply biological. They are delicate, they are balanced, They are alive in a way that depends on remaining untouched. And yet, we keep turning the page. We keep opening the doors. We keep insisting that every hidden chamber must become part of our map. Somewhere in Romania, Movile Cave continues its slow chemical heartbeat. Microbes still feed on sulfur and methane. Eyeless creatures still navigate humid darkness. Predators still hunt where no sunlight has ever made a shadow. And above, on the surface, the world moves on. Cars, phones, bright air, oxygen-rich mornings. Two atmospheres separated by stone. Two versions of life, each lethal to the other. And the strangest part is this. Movile doesn't feel like an exception. It feels like a glimpse. A reminder that beneath the thin crust of assumption, the planet may be running countless other experiments in silence. And if one day we find another cave like Movile, another sealed pocket, another wrong atmosphere, another ecosystem built from poison, we may have to ask the question that Movile leaves hanging in the dark. Are we discovering these places, or are we interrupting them? Story 10. The anomaly of Lake Vostok. Not all sealed worlds are hidden in limestone. Some are hidden underweight. Some are pressed flat beneath time itself. Beneath ice so thick it turns the idea of surface into a rumor, and the idea of entry into a moral dilemma. In Antarctica, there are places where the wind scours the snow into hard glass, where day and night can last for months, and where a human station feels less like a building and more like a confession left out on a white, indifferent altar. And under one of those stations, under 2.5 miles of ice, there is a lake that has been buried so long that the last time sunlight touched its water, the world was unrecognizable. Continents sat differently. Species were still learning what it meant to be modern. Human history, everything we call civilization, hadn't even begun to dream of itself. This is Lake Vostok. It does not shimmer. It does not ripple under a sky. It does not reflect stars. It does not freeze and thaw with the seasons. It exists in permanent darkness, sealed beneath an ice cap that behaves like a lid on a pressure cooker, except this cooker has been running for millions of years. And for most of human existence, Lake Vostok was not a place. It was an absence, a blankness in the map, a silence in the imagination. Then, slowly, through indirect methods, through the strange logic of echoes and gravity and radar, scientists began to suspect what the eye could not see, that beneath the Antarctic ice there were not just rocks and trapped air, but water, vast bodies of water, subglacial lakes hidden like organs beneath a frozen skin. Lake Vostok became the most famous of them because it wasn't small. It wasn't a puddle. It was a giant, hundreds of kilometers long, tens of kilometers wide, deep enough to swallow cities. A freshwater lake larger than some country's entire memory of summer. And in the human mind, a thought began to form, softly at first, then louder, then impossible to ignore. If the lake has been sealed for so long, what has lived inside it? The idea feels almost mythic. An ecosystem trapped in the dark, evolving without sunlight, without seasons, without contact. An isolated branch of life running its own quiet timeline, uninterrupted. But the deeper scientists looked, the more complicated the question became. Because the lake is not just water under ice, it is water under pressure. It is water kept liquid not by warmth from above, but by heat from below, geothermal energy rising from the Earth's crust, and the immense pressure of the overlying ice lowering the freezing point. The ice above is not static either. It moves, slow as a continent's sigh. It flows, it presses down, it grinds forward. And at the base, it melts, and refreezes, and melts again, creating a constant exchange between solid and liquid that is both a barrier and a filter. There is even a strange substance called accretion ice, ice that forms when lake water freezes onto the bottom of the glacier above it. For years, this was one of the only ways scientists could touch the lake without actually entering it. By studying the ice that had once been water, now lifted upward like a frozen letter from a sealed room. And when they studied that ice, they found signals that made the imagination run ahead of the facts. Chemical traces, hints of minerals, patterns suggesting the lake was not sterile. Then, in a development that felt like a doorway cracking open, reports emerged of genetic material. Strange DNA signatures recovered from samples thought to be linked to the lake environment. The implication was delicate, explosive, that microbes might be present, possibly unique, possibly ancient, possibly adapted to conditions unlike anything on the surface. In a world where every new ecosystem discovered under extreme conditions becomes a mirror held up to astrobiology, Lake Vostok immediately became more than an Antarctic curiosity. It became a test case, a rehearsal. Because if life can persist for millions of years in a sealed, lightless lake under crushing ice, then what about the hidden oceans elsewhere? Europa, the moon of Jupiter, with its own ice shell and suspected liquid ocean beneath. Enceladus, spraying water vapor into space from cracks like wounds. Even Mars, where traces of subsurface brines tease the possibility of buried refuges. Lake Vostok began to feel like a message from the future, an earthly analogue for worlds we cannot yet touch directly. But Antarctica is not generous with entry. To reach the lake, you would have to drill, and drilling is not a clean act. Drilling is an invasion. It is heat and friction and lubricants and foreign microbes carried down like stowaways. It is the risk of turning a pristine environment into a contaminated experiment, of destroying the very thing you came to study. And here, the mystery deepens into a kind of tension you can feel in the story. The urge to know, pulling against the responsibility to leave untouched. For decades, teams worked at Vostok Station, an outpost planted on top of one of the coldest places on Earth. In this setting, drilling becomes a ritual. Down, 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 through ice that holds trapped bubbles of ancient air, through layers that record climates and epochs, through compressed history. Every meter is not just depth, but time. The deeper you go, the more you are moving backward. And then, at last, the drilling reached the threshold, close enough that the next step would mean contact. You are there in the cramped, humming space where the work becomes strangely personal. Your gloved hands steadying instruments while the air feels too dry, too thin, too cold to trust. Outside is a continent of silence, but in here, the drill assembly vibrates with stubborn life, turning and turning as if it can bore through history itself. You watch the readouts as depth becomes a kind of countdown. Every new number means another slice of ancient ice surrendered, another sealed layer opened to the present. You can't see the lake, no window, no shimmer, only the idea of it, waiting below like a dark page in a book no one has earned the right to read. When the team speaks, it's quiet, measured, almost reverent. Contamination isn't an abstract word anymore. It's a fear with weight. One mistake, one careless transfer, and the discovery becomes a fingerprint left on glass. So you hover at the edge of contact, feeling the tension of being close enough to change something forever, and not yet knowing whether restraint is science's highest discipline or its greatest regret. The world watched quietly, because it was the kind of scientific moment that feels like a page turning in a sealed book. But instead of triumph, what arrived was caution. Concerns about contamination, about what had been used in drilling, about what might be introduced into the lake, about what might be brought up, began to dominate the narrative. The very act of piercing the lake was treated not as a simple technical hurdle, but as an ethical problem with no clean solution. And in the shadow of those concerns, probes were halted. Progress slowed. The lake remained largely sealed, its darkness intact, its water undisturbed by the direct presence of human instruments. To some, this restraint is the most haunting part of the story, because it suggests that we are standing outside a door we could open, but hesitate to touch, like archaeologists pausing before breaking a tomb seal, knowing the air inside may have held its breath for millennia, and knowing that our first inhale would change it forever. And in that hesitation, Lake Vostok becomes a different kind of mystery. Not simply what is in there, but what is the cost of finding out. The scientific theories about Lake Vostok are layered, cautious, and strangely poetic when you read between the lines. One possibility is that the lake contains microbial life, bacteria or archaea adapted to darkness, cold, and high pressure, perhaps feeding on chemical energy from the bedrock below. On the surface, life often relies on sunlight to power the food chain. But in sealed environments like Movile Cave, life can pivot, building its world on chemosynthesis instead, turning minerals and gases into calories. If Lake Vostok has hydrothermal activity, if heat and minerals seep upward through cracks in the crust, then the lake could have zones where chemistry becomes fuel. Not warm like tropical vents, but warm enough, active enough, to sustain small, persistent communities. In that model, the lake is not a barren vault, but a slow-burning laboratory where biology survives on the planet's inner breath. Another possibility is quieter, and in some ways even more eerie, that life exists there, but in forms so minimal, so sparse, that it leaves only faint signatures. A biosphere of whispers, cells drifting in darkness, metabolizing slowly, dividing rarely, existing on a timescale that makes human observation feel impatient. And then there is the uncomfortable possibility that the lake is nearly sterile, not because life could not exist, but because the conditions are too punishing, too sealed, too lacking in necessary energy gradients. In that version of the story, the lake is not a hidden Eden, but a hidden desert. A reminder that liquid water alone is not a guarantee. That habitability is not just a checklist, but a delicate relationship between chemistry, energy, and time. But even those possibilities have complications because Lake Vostok is not completely isolated from the ice above it. The glacier moves, it melts and refreezes at the interface. This means the lake may receive inputs over time, minerals, sediments, perhaps even microbes from the ice itself. If that's true, then the lake could be both ancient and subtly refreshed, sealed, but not perfectly. And that leads to one of the most intriguing and unsettling ideas: that the lake could contain organisms that are not simply ancient survivors, but a mixture, some adapted over millions of years, some introduced slowly through natural processes, carried down like dust settling through a closed room. If DNA signatures truly reflect something real and not contamination, then the question becomes sharper. Are these microbes truly native to the lake? Or are they visitors from above, surviving in a place they were never meant to reach? And that uncertainty mirrors the larger anxiety of the project itself. How do you know what you've found is real, when the act of looking can create false signals? Lake Vostok forces science into a philosophical corner. It's not just about drilling and sampling, it's about proof, about purity, about whether we can ever observe something perfectly sealed without altering it. In physics, there is a famous discomfort with measurement, how observation can change a system. Lake Vostok feels like the biological, planetary version of that idea, a system so isolated that the first true observation might also be the first true disruption. That's why some scientists argue that the lake should be approached like a sacred site, not in a mystical sense, but in a methodological one. That access should be sterile, minimal, carefully controlled. That the first contact should be less like an expedition and more like a surgical procedure, performed with humility. Others argue that waiting too long is its own kind of loss. That without sampling, without direct study, the lake remains a myth in the scientific imagination. That technology will improve, protocols will tighten, but the questions will remain unanswered unless someone accepts the risk of opening the door. And hovering over all of it is the same tension that Movile Cave left behind. Are we discovering or interrupting? Because in the case of Lake Vostok, interruption is not metaphorical, it is literal. A drill hole is a wound, a probe is an intrusion, a drop of foreign fluid, a single microbe hitching a ride, could seed a contamination that cannot be undone. Not in a place where cleansing is impossible and isolation is the defining feature. The lake is a prisoner of ice, but it is also protected by it. And we are the only threat that can bypass that protection. There is also a darker, less discussed layer to the mystery, one that lives in the imagination because the facts are incomplete. What if the lake is not a single, simple basin? What if it has compartments, sub-basins separated by ridges, pockets with different chemistry, different circulation, different histories? What if parts of it are oxygen-rich from melting ice inputs, while other parts are stagnant, heavy, mineral-laden? A lake can be many worlds in one body. Even on the surface, deep lakes form strange internal climates, layers that do not mix, depths that become their own silent realms. Under ice, under pressure, under darkness, those differences could be amplified. And if the lake has been stable for millions of years, then any stable gradient, temperature, salinity, chemical composition, could create niches, small kingdoms, tiny islands of habitability. This is the kind of possibility that turns Lake Vostok into a haunted map in the mind. Not just a hidden lake, but a hidden geography. Yet every time the story seems ready to give us a clear answer, it pulls away. Because the most famous detail, the retrieved strange DNA, always comes with the asterisk of uncertainty. The awareness that samples taken near the lake are easily compromised by the very tools used to reach them. That what looks like discovery could be artifact. That what looks like alien biology could be a fingerprint from the surface. And in that tension, the narrative becomes almost unbearable in its quietness. We are so close to a sealed world that has waited for millions of years, and our hands hover in front of the lock. Some nights at Vostok Station, the wind blows so hard that the station creaks. The sky becomes a black bowl. The stars look close enough to bruise the mind. And beneath the floor, beneath the ice, beneath the weight of ages, a lake sits in complete darkness. No sunrise, no moonlight, no waves touched by air, just water, held in place by pressure and time. If there is life down there, it has never known the sky. It has never known weather. It has never known the sudden violence of a predator introduced from elsewhere. It has lived inside a closed equation, chemistry and cold, patience and survival. And if there is no life down there, then the lake is still an archive of water itself, preserved through epochs, unchanged by the chaos that reshaped the surface. Either way, it is a secret. And perhaps that is what makes Lake Vostok feel so unsettling. Not the promise of monsters, not the lure of science fiction, but the idea of a place so old and so sealed that it exists outside the rhythm of the human world. A place that does not need us, does not acknowledge us, does not care whether we ever understand it. There is a temptation, when confronted with a mystery like this, to imagine a dramatic reveal. A probe descending, lights cutting through black water, something moving in the beam. But Lake Vostok does not offer drama. It offers restraint. It offers uncertainty. It offers a door that might never be opened cleanly. And that is its final, chilling power. Because Lake Vostok does not end with a discovery. It ends with a pause. A drill hole stopped short. A mission slowed by fear of contamination. A world beneath ice left mostly untouched. Not because we cannot reach it, but because once we do, it will never be sealed again. And so the lake waits, as it has waited for millions of years. Dark, pressurized, patient. A hidden ocean on our own planet, reminding us that sometimes the greatest mysteries are not the ones we fail to solve, but the ones we choose not to disturb. And in the silence beneath Antarctica, the question lingers like breath on glass. If we finally open that door, will we find an ancient ecosystem that survived without us? Or will we only find the moment we changed it forever? Story 11. The Dark Zone of the Cenotes. Not all sealed worlds lie under miles of ice. Some are closer than we think, opened not by drills and sterilized probes, but by a simple step through jungle limestone, where the Earth suddenly drops away. In Antarctica, the door was frozen shut, and the fear was contamination. What we might introduce into a world that has survived without us. In Mexico, the door is already open. The water is clear. The entrance is sunlit. And still, something down there feels like it doesn't want to be observed for too long. Because beneath the Yucatan Peninsula, there is another hidden geography. One not carved by glaciers, but by time, rain, and stone. A lattice of underwater caves stretches under towns, roads, and ancient temples, threading the land together like a second nervous system. And at certain points, that system breaks the surface in perfect circles of blue-black water. They are called Cenotes. From above, some look inviting. Turquoise pools surrounded by vines and white rock, so still they seem staged. But many are darker, older in mood, rimmed by jagged limestone like broken teeth. The Maya described places like these as openings to another realm, not metaphorically, not poetically, but as a literal threshold. They had a name for the underworld, Xibalba, and for centuries they treated the cenotes not as simple wells, but as sacred mouths, places where offerings could be delivered to powers that lived beneath the world. Sometimes those offerings were jade, incense, obsidian, ceramics. Sometimes they were animals. Sometimes they were people. When modern archaeologists began to investigate the depths, they found the story still waiting in the water. Human bones, skulls, jewelry, ritual objects that had slipped from living hands and settled into silt. Evidence that these were not just places to drink, but places to bargain, with drought, with hunger, with disease, with fear. You descend slowly, and the daylight above narrows into a pale coin, trembling on the surface like it can't decide whether to stay. The jungle noise disappears first. Then, even the idea of sky feels far away. Your light takes over, one white cone in an older darkness, revealing limestone that looks carved by patience rather than force. Silt lifts in lazy threads when you exhale. Ahead, the rock opens into a wider chamber, and the beam finds shapes that don't belong to geology. A scatter of pale bones half sunk in the floor, a skull turned slightly as if it rolled and stopped mid-thought. And beside it, something that catches your light too cleanly to be stone. An ornament, a smooth curve, a hint of worked material that shouldn't be here unless someone brought it. You hover, careful not to stir the bottom, and the silence feels deliberate. In that moment, it isn't a swimming pool or a cave system. It's a deposit, an offering place, a message left in the dark, addressed downward. To understand why cenotes exist at all, you have to picture the Yucatan not as a landscape of rivers, but as a landscape of absence. There are few surface streams here. The ground is porous limestone, and rainwater doesn't stay above. It sinks, seeps, dissolves the rock grain by grain, over thousands of years, creating voids. Long before the caves flooded, they were dry corridors, some formed when sea levels were lower, some carved by acidic water, slowly widening hairline fractures into tunnels you could walk through. Then the ocean rose again. The caves filled, and what was once a dry underworld became an underwater one. In places like Quintana Roo, the cave systems can be immense. Kilometers of passageways, branching corridors, low ceilings, sudden chambers that open like cathedrals. There are stalactites and stalagmites preserved beneath the water, frozen mid-formation, like the cave is holding its breath. In some sections, there are layers where fresh water meets salt water, forming a shimmering boundary called a halocline. If you've never seen one, it can look like a heat mirage underwater, a wavering veil that distorts everything beyond it, turning your light into a trembling smear. And that veil is where many of the stories begin. Divers talk about disorientation, even in caves they've trained for and mapped. They talk about the sensation of entering a room that suddenly feels wrong, too silent, too heavy, as if sound itself is being absorbed. They talk about their lights reflecting off pale limestone and creating the illusion of movement. They talk about losing their sense of up and down, because in a cave, gravity doesn't feel the way it does in open water. There is no horizon. The ceiling and the floor can look identical when the silt lifts. And then there are the reports that drift through the diving community like whispers, apparitions, figures at the edge of the beam, the sensation that someone is behind you in a tunnel too narrow for another body, a face in the darkness that resolves into nothing once you look directly at it. In the outside world, these sound like campfire stories. In the cenotes, they sound like caution. Because the dark zone of the cenotes isn't just darkness, it's complexity. It's a place where mistakes compound quietly, where a single fin kick can erase visibility, where a missing guideline is not an inconvenience but a death sentence, where panic isn't dramatic, it's chemical, automatic, a switch flipped by the body when it realizes there's no easy route back to air. Even experienced cave divers respect the cenotes the way you respect a storm. Not because you believe the storm is angry, but because you know the storm doesn't need to be angry to kill you. And yet, the strangest part is that the cenotes can feel peaceful right up until the moment they don't. A diver may start in sunlight, birds calling overhead, jungle leaves breathing in humid air, the water so clear it looks like glass poured into stone. The first meters down are a descent into calm. The surface noise fades. The world becomes a soft, slow dream of bubbles and light shafts. You can forget briefly that you are entering a place with no sky. Then the cave mouth appears. Sometimes it's a wide opening, an arch, a cathedral entrance. Other times it's a crack you slip through one shoulder at a time. In the first chamber, your light reveals limestone scallops and sharp edges, calcite curtains, fossil traces of an ancient seabed. The floor may be dusted with silt so fine it looks like ash. It's easy to imagine why people once believed this was a place between worlds. Everything about it feels preserved, as if time has been put under glass. And deeper in, you start encountering things that don't fit the human mind's idea of a normal environment. The halocline, for one, can create the sensation that the cave itself is moving. Fresh water and salt water have different densities, and when you pass through that boundary, your vision ripples. Your buoyancy shifts. Your light refracts oddly, bending beams and breaking shadows into fragments. For a moment, you can feel like you're swimming into a mirage. It is easy, dangerously easy, to mistake distortion for presence. There are also pockets where the cave breathes. In some cenote systems, divers have reported finding air pockets, small chambers where the cave roof rises above the waterline, leaving a trapped dome of gas. Sometimes these pockets are known and mapped, sometimes they're unexpected. The air can be stale, the ceiling blackened by soot from long ago visitors, or marked by mineral streaks like old tears. In some places, there are signs that people once reached these chambers when the caves were dry. Footprints fossilized in calcite, ancient pathways now submerged, the ghost geography of a world that existed before the flood. But air pockets carry their own unease. They suggest that the cave has hidden rooms that can't be seen from the main passage. They suggest that the system has places where you can surface without ever truly leaving. And when you're deep underground, an air pocket can feel less like rescue and more like a waiting room, an illusion of safety inside a place that still has the final say. So where do the stranger stories, apparitions, voices, feelings of being watched actually come from? One explanation is blunt and physiological. In caves, stress is constant, even when you feel calm. A diver is managing gas, time, depth, line, buoyancy, light, silt, partner distance, navigation. The brain is running silent calculations. Add nitrogen narcosis at depth or CO2 buildup from exertion, and perception can warp. The mind starts filling in gaps. Shadows become shapes. A flicker of light becomes a figure. The most ancient parts of the brain, the parts that survived predators, start scanning for threat in a place where threat has no face. Another explanation is environmental. Caves can produce illusions with sound. In a narrow passage, even the smallest exhale can bounce back and return from an odd angle, making you feel like something is exhaling beside you. In some chambers, water movement creates a low hum or vibration that can be felt through the bones more than heard. Divers have described hearing faint knocks, sometimes just shifting rock, sometimes their own gear tapping stone, magnified by acoustics until it seems external. The halocline too can act like a lens for the mind. When vision is distorted, the brain tries to stabilize it by inventing structure. A human silhouette is one of the easiest structures for the brain to assemble out of fragments. And in the dark, with a light beam that cuts like a knife, the edges of stone can look like shoulders, ribs, a bowed head. And then there is the simplest, most terrifying possibility. Not supernatural, but human. The cenote systems are vast. Some passages intersect areas that are rarely visited. Some have side tunnels that vanish into tight restrictions. Over the years, divers have died in caves, and recovery is not always possible. In certain places, remains may never be found, not because anyone is hiding them, but because the cave is. Silt covers, currents shift, bones can be scattered, lodged, lost behind collapses. The idea that you might be swimming through a space where someone else once realized, too late, that they couldn't find the way out, is enough to haunt the mind without any ghosts at all. Yet the Maya story adds another layer, because for them, the cenotes weren't accidental death traps. They were chosen. They were used. They were approached with ritual intention. At Chichen Itza, the sacred cenote became a focal point of offerings. In times of drought, the need to secure rain turned desperate, and desperation is often what turns belief into action. When archaeologists and divers began retrieving objects from certain cenotes, they found not only valuables, but human remains, some bearing marks that suggested violence, others consistent with drowning, others ambiguous in the way bones often are when time has erased the final details. It is one thing to know, intellectually, that sacrifices happened. It is another to imagine standing at the edge, hearing the surface of the water far below, knowing that the darkness is not metaphorical. It is literal. It is cold. And it swallows sound. In that context, the apparitions reported by divers take on a different emotional weight, not as proof of the supernatural, but as proof of how memory lingers in places shaped by fear and reverence. When a culture treats a location as a threshold to the underworld for centuries, that idea becomes part of the atmosphere. It becomes a story the stone absorbs. Even if you don't believe it, you can feel it, like walking into a cathedral and lowering your voice without being told. Still, there are reports that resist easy dismissal. Stories of lights seen deep in tunnels where no diver should be. Sudden cold spots that feel localized, as if you crossed an invisible border. Unmapped openings that seem to appear in one dive and vanish in another, like the cave is rearranging itself, though in reality, it may be a combination of poor visibility, altered angles, and the way underwater navigation can be subtly distorted by stress. There are also the phenomena of false exits, a psychological trap in which divers, under pressure, become convinced they see a way out where none exists. A brighter patch in the distance, a widening in the rock, a suggestion of open water. In a cave, hope can be as dangerous as panic. It can pull you away from the guideline. It can make you trust your eyes instead of your training. And the cenotes, with their crystalline clarity in some sections and their sudden milk-white silt clouds in others, are perfectly designed to play that cruel trick. If you step back from the fear and look at the cenotes as a scientific mystery, they remain astonishing even without ghosts. Some passages preserve records of sea level changes, captured in stone formations now underwater. Some contain ancient animal remains, and in a few places, human traces from periods when the caves were dry, evidence of movement through a landscape that no longer exists. The caves are also biological frontiers. In the dark zone, microbial life can thrive in ways we barely understand, feeding on dissolved minerals, forming delicate mats and films on rock, Life doesn't need sunlight here. It needs chemistry. It needs time. It needs stability. And stability is what these caves offer, until we enter them. Every dive is an intrusion. Every fin stroke stirs silt that may not settle for hours. Every exhale adds bubbles to ceilings that haven't heard breathing in centuries. The deeper irony is that we come to the cenotes to explore, to document, to solve. But the act of exploring is itself a disturbance, just as it was in Lake Vostok. The difference is that in the cenotes, the disturbance is visible. You can watch clarity collapse into haze behind you like a closing curtain. So perhaps the most haunting aspect of the cenotes is not that they might be haunted by spirits, but that they are haunted by boundaries. They sit at the intersection of geology and myth, of science and ritual, of the living world above and the ancient world below. They are natural phenomena that became sacred architecture. They are water-filled caverns that once were dry paths. They are maps that change with each season, each collapse, each slow mineral drip. And for the diver, they become a place where the modern mind meets something older than it is comfortable with. The sensation of being underground and underwater at the same time, in a space that does not care if you understand it. Because in the end, you don't have to believe in Xibalba to feel why it was imagined. All you have to do is picture the beam of a dive light cutting through black water, striking stone that has never seen the sun. The line in your hand is the only thread back to air. The halocline shimmers like a veil. The cave swallows your bubbles in silence. And somewhere in the tunnels beyond your light, beyond your maps, beyond your certainty, the labyrinth continues, branching into rooms no one has named. In Antarctica, we feared what we might awaken by opening a door. In the Yucatan, the door has been open for 1,000 years. And the question is quieter now, but no less unsettling. When you descend into the dark zone of the cenotes, are you exploring a cave? Or are you simply approaching the edge of something that has always been there, waiting, patiently letting us believe we are the ones discovering it? Story 12. The Cursed Island of Poveglia. Not all thresholds are found beneath water. Some are not hidden by depth, but by proximity, by how easily a mystery can sit beside the living world and still remain untouched. A cave can be sealed by limestone and time. A trench can be guarded by pressure and darkness. Yet there are places on Earth that are protected by something simpler and stranger: reputation. A place people do not enter, not because they can't, but because they shouldn't. And in the Venetian lagoon, where the water is shallow, where boats glide through mist like slow-moving shadows, there is an island that has become a kind of negative space on the map. A blank in the middle of familiar roots. A name spoken softly, then dropped, as if language itself might disturb what's sleeping there. Poveglia. From a distance, it doesn't look like a curse. It looks like an abandoned fragment of Venice. Brick and foliage, a broken silhouette against silver water. You are there in the slow approach, standing at the bow as the lagoon breathes around you. You feel the engine's vibration through the deck, steady but subdued, as if even the boat is trying not to speak too loudly. The air tastes of salt and algae, and then something heavier. Damp stone, rust, old rot warmed by weak sun. Ahead, the island rises from the water like a bruise. dark windows swallowed by vines, brick edges softened by years of rain, a bell tower cutting a thin shape into the pale sky. You watch the shoreline sharpen with every meter, and the city behind you thins into a distant hush. The smallest sounds become intimate. The slap of water against wood, a gull's cry that feels too close, the faint rattle of something loose in the wind. You tell yourself, it's only decay, only weather, only an abandoned place. But your body keeps listening anyway, waiting for a human sound that shouldn't exist here. But the closer you drift, the more the atmosphere changes. The lagoon grows quieter. The city's music and voices thin out behind you. The air takes on that brackish smell of tidal flats and algae. And then something older, damp stone, iron, rot. And you begin to understand why locals still speak of screams. Not as a metaphor, not as a tourist story, but as if the island is a place that remembers too well. Poveglia sits between Venice and the Lido, small enough to cross on foot, close enough that it feels impossible for it to be unknown. And yet, for centuries, it has been treated like an exile, not just abandoned, avoided. Because Poveglia's history is not one clean tragedy you can document and put away. It is a layered accumulation of human fear, disease, isolation, and institutional cruelty, compressed into one patch of soil. It begins, like many Venetian stories do, with water and trade. Venice was a city built on contact, ships arriving from everywhere, markets filled with foreign cloth and spices, sailors bringing news from ports that most Europeans would never see. That constant exchange made Venice wealthy. It also made it vulnerable. Disease traveled the same routes as commerce, and in the medieval world, plague was not simply an illness, it was an existential terror. It arrived without warning, moved through families like smoke, and left behind bodies in numbers that defied the mind's ability to process. By the time Europe began to understand that isolating the sick could slow catastrophe, Venice became one of the first places to systematize quarantine. The word itself is tied to the Venetian practice. The idea of 40 days, quaranta, set aside to wait, to see whether fever would rise, whether symptoms would declare themselves. And Venice needed places to put people, not just the sick, but the suspected, not just those with buboes and blackened skin, but anyone who had been near them, anyone who had come from a ship that had visited the wrong port, anyone whose cough sounded wrong in a city where paranoia could be as contagious as disease. Poveglia became one of those places, a quarantine island, a holding pen for uncertainty. Imagine what that means in human terms. Being taken from your home while the bells are ringing and the canals are moving with boats full of silence. Being ferried across water you've crossed 100 times for ordinary reasons. Business, family, celebration. Only now the same water has become a boundary. The skyline of Venice is still visible, close enough to make your separation feel cruelly precise. You can see the city that is still alive while you are deposited somewhere the living do not go. The quarantine structures were not designed for comfort. They were designed for containment. Poveglia's buildings, parts of which still stand, were functional, blocky, meant to house bodies, not lives. Rooms for observation. Places to separate the infected from the merely exposed. Areas for fumigation, for burning clothing, for handling the things that might carry invisible death. And if the sick worsened, they did not go back. They stayed. They died. The lagoon does something peculiar to human tragedy. It preserves and erases at the same time. Water slows decay, but it also carries things away. Over centuries, the story becomes both more concrete and more ghostly. There were bodies, there were fires, There were mass graves, yet the exact numbers blur. The records become incomplete, and myth fills the spaces that documentation leaves behind. This is where the local claim begins to form its dark poetry. That the soil of Poveglia is not entirely soil, that it is ash. That so many bodies were burned here, so much human matter reduced to powder, that the ground itself became a residue of plague. Whether the percentage is literal or symbolic, the idea clings to the place because it feels emotionally true. On Poveglia, the earth is not just earth. It is a record. It is a layer of what happened when Venice tried to save itself by throwing people onto an island and waiting for fate to decide. But Poveglia did not remain only a plague island. That would have been enough. It became something else in the 20th century, when Europe had new ways to isolate the unwanted. When the terror was not only disease, but the unpredictable mind. When the cure for suffering was often confinement, and the line between treatment and punishment was thin enough to disappear. An asylum was established on Poveglia, another institution behind walls, another reason for boats to land with people who did not choose to be there. And in the popular retellings, this is the point where the island's story turns from historical horror to something that feels almost supernaturally staged. A place already saturated with death, now receiving the living who were already considered lost. Asylums, in their best versions, were supposed to be refuge, structured care, safety, a calmer world. But the history of psychiatric institutions across Europe, especially in the era before modern reforms, is also the history of overcrowding, harsh restraint, experimental procedures, and a kind of quiet violence justified as medicine. Poveglia's asylum became, in the modern imagination, a concentrated symbol of that violence. There are stories, some grounded in oral memory, some shaped by later fascination, about screams heard at night, about patients kept in rooms where the damp never left the walls, about doctors who treated the island as a laboratory, about methods that were once seen as therapeutic and are now seen as brutal. And then there is the most persistent tale, that a doctor, driven mad by the island itself, climbed the bell tower and fell. Sometimes the story says he jumped. Sometimes it says he was pushed. Sometimes it says he heard voices coming from the walls, voices of those who died here centuries earlier and could not bear them. It is the kind of legend that grows naturally in a place like Poveglia because it offers a narrative symmetry. The island consumes everyone eventually, even those who believe they have authority over it. But the true mystery is not whether one story detail is accurate. The true mystery is why Poveglia attracts these stories the way a magnet attracts filings. Why the island seems to generate a folklore field around itself, as if the human mind, faced with that much layered suffering, can't help but produce ghosts. And perhaps it's because Poveglia is not just a site of death. It is a site of separation. In the Cenotes, the boundary is physical, rock and water, a descent into an environment where our bodies were never meant to be. Disorientation can be explained by darkness, by the mind's tendency to fill voids with meaning. In Poveglia, the boundary is social. It is created by fear, fear of infection, fear of contagion, fear of minds that cannot be predicted. And fear has its own architecture. Quarantine is an architecture. So is an asylum. Both are built on the idea that some people must be placed elsewhere for the safety of everyone else. That elsewhere becomes a moral landfill, a place where the city puts what it does not want to see, while still depending on that place to remain stable. If you stand in Venice at sunset, you can watch the lagoon glow with that soft gold-pink light that turns water into metal. Gondolas move like slow insects. Laughter carries from restaurants. And somewhere out in that same water, Poveglia sits in silence, a dark seam in the beauty. That contrast is part of the curse, because it suggests something unsettling, that the most terrible places are not always far away. Sometimes they are next door, hidden in plain sight, sustained by collective agreement not to look too closely. And people do not look too closely. Poveglia has long been restricted, and for years it has been treated as off-limits. Its decaying structures considered unsafe, its ownership and access complicated, its reputation heavy enough to act as a second fence. Even when curiosity rises, as it always does, most visitors keep their distance. The island is not a sleek ruin curated for tourism. It is not a monument with guided tours and bright plaques. It is a place where the vines have claimed the windows, where the brickwork collapses into itself, where the lagoon wind whistles through empty corridors, and emptiness does something to sound. On water, sound travels strangely. A shout can feel nearer than it is. A distant splash can seem intimate. The human brain, hearing fragments, builds a full image, fills missing pieces with imagined detail. On Poveglia, the acoustics of abandonment become part of the legend. People speak of footsteps that match their own, of voices that do not carry words, only the shape of panic, of a bell that should not ring anymore, and yet, on certain nights, seems to speak. A skeptic can offer explanations. Loose metal moving in wind, water slapping a wall, birds crying in the reeds. The mind, primed by story, misinterprets ordinary noise. This is not irrational. This is human. In a place with a reputation for death, the brain scans for threat, and when it finds ambiguity, it resolves it into something meaningful. But the skeptic must also confront another truth. The island's history is not ambiguous. People were taken here. People died here. People were confined here. No ghost is required to make that frightening. And still, something about Poveglia makes even the rational mind hesitate, because the island represents a kind of moral haunting. It asks a question we rarely ask directly. What do we do with the people we fear? In the plague years, fear was physical. In the asylum years, fear was psychological. In both cases, the solution was distance. Put them on an island. And when the island was no longer needed, it was abandoned, like a tool put back into a drawer. The drawer closed. The city continued. But drawers do not erase what was inside them. Over time, Poveglia becomes more than a place. It becomes a symbol, a reminder that progress is not just the building of art and wealth, but also the construction of hidden rooms where suffering is stored. The Venetian lagoon, with its beauty and its shimmering light, becomes a stage where one island plays the role of everything the city would rather forget. This is why the curse feels plausible to people, not because they believe in magic necessarily, but because they sense that places can absorb human behavior. That walls hold memory, not as literal recordings, but as patterns. The same corridors walked by the sick are walked again by the confined. The same windows that once watched boats arrive with plague flags later watched nurses and doctors come and go. The same air, the same damp, the same salt-laden wind pressing into stone. Even if you remove the people, the shape of the story remains. And in that shape, the imagination finds its footing. Some theories try to explain Poveglia's reputation in purely environmental terms. The lagoon's humidity, the mold, the decay, all of it can create a sense of unease that is physical, not supernatural. Certain smells are known to trigger anxiety because they suggest rot or contamination. The soundscape of an abandoned island, wind through broken doors, water against masonry, the sudden burst of birds, can mimic the cues our brains associate with danger. Other theories focus on the psychology of forbidden places. When something is labeled off-limits, it becomes charged. The mind expects something behind the boundary, and expectation is a powerful sculptor of perception. People who visit illegally often do so with heightened adrenaline, recording devices in hand, hearts already racing. In that state, normal sensations become amplified. A shadow becomes a figure, a creak becomes a step. And then there is the darker, more human theory, that Poveglia feels haunted because institutions like quarantine stations and asylums were, in many ways, places where voices were not listened to. Suffering occurred behind doors that the public did not open. That creates a cultural afterimage, an echo, a sense that there are stories that never had witnesses, never had closure. In that sense, the screams people talk about are not paranormal at all. They are historical. They are the screams that were real once and were not answered. The island's most haunting feature may not be any building, but the way it sits in relation to Venice itself. It is a mirror held at a slight angle. It shows a version of the city that the city does not advertise. Venice is romance, beauty, art, gondolas, music. Poveglia is the infrastructure of fear, the necessary shadow. And the shadow, once noticed, is hard to unsee. If you let your mind linger there, you begin to imagine the lagoon as a kind of bloodstream. Boats like cells, moving goods and people, Venice as a living organism, and Poveglia as a lymph node, filtering, isolating, catching what threatens the whole. In biology, that filtering is natural. In human society, it carries moral weight. It suggests that survival sometimes requires sacrifice, but sacrifice leaves residue. So what remains on Poveglia now? Ruins, certainly. Crumbling wards, empty rooms, a bell tower that still stands like a finger raised to the sky. Trees and shrubs growing through brick as if nature is trying to stitch the island shut. But also, silence. And silence is never neutral in a place like this. Silence is an invitation. It forces the mind to supply what it cannot hear. It forces the visitor to wonder whether absence is truly absence, or merely the pause between echoes. There are those who insist that Poveglia is simply a decaying island with a grim past, no different from many European sites marked by tragedy. And in a purely statistical sense, that may be true. The world is full of places built on suffering. But Poveglia feels different because it is small, contained, surrounded by water, like an experiment in isolation. Because the stories here do not belong to one era, they belong to a cycle. Because the island was used, abandoned, and then used again for a different kind of human quarantine. And because it is still close enough to see the lights of Venice at night. As if the living world is always present, always watching from across the water, yet never crossing. And that is what makes the final thought so unsettling. In the Cenotes, we wondered if something ancient was waiting beneath an open door, patiently letting us believe we were the ones discovering it. On Poveglia, the door was never meant for discovery. It was meant for removal, for forgetting. The island is a place we created to hold what we could not face, and then we left it there, sealed by distance and rumor. So the question is not only whether Poveglia is haunted. The question is what it means when a place becomes haunted by design, when an entire society agrees silently that certain suffering should happen somewhere else. And if you stand at the edge of the lagoon, looking toward that dark, overgrown silhouette, you might feel something that has nothing to do with ghosts and everything to do with recognition, because Poveglia doesn't need to reach out to you. It doesn't need to lure you in. It only needs to exist quietly, close enough to remind you that the most frightening mysteries aren't always hidden at the bottom of the ocean. Sometimes they're on the surface, in plain sight, waiting like an island that has already heard every scream it will ever hear, and still has room for more. The world is filled with places that shouldn't still feel unanswered, and yet they do. Some are sealed beneath miles of ice. Some are carved into stone deep below our feet. Some are swallowed by forests, deserts, and oceans that refuse to give back what they take. And the locations we've explored today are only a fraction of what remains unexplained. Vaults that stay closed, rivers that vanish, caves that breathe poison, shipwrecks preserved like warnings, and depths so extreme that even our best instruments feel like guesses. But the strange part is this: the more we study these places, the less certain we become. Every expedition leaves behind measurements and new mysteries. Every theory explains one detail and raises 3 more questions. And sometimes the most unsettling possibility isn't that we don't have the answers yet. It's that some places were never meant to offer them. If you enjoyed this journey through real mysterious locations that science still can't fully explain, make sure to subscribe and check out our other documentaries for more stories waiting in the dark, beneath the ground, beneath the water, and just beyond the edges of what we think we understand. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay safe.